Informed of this when I got here today. So the 8:30 meeting, Public Services, Arts, and Youth Initiatives Committee was canceled this morning. So we're starting off our committee meetings today with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Welcome to Paradise. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren.
Present.
And Chair Spinoza.
I'm here. Thank you, Ashley. All right, I'm gonna move a couple of these agenda items around. So just for the record, item number 3, we're gonna go first today, because I know there's a lot of people here for item number 3, and people took time off work and all that good stuff. So I'm excited about this one too. So we'll move item number 3 to first on the agenda. The fiscal consent will move to 2, and then Councilwoman Logan has requested that item 2 go last. So a total swap around. So if you're following at home, item 3 will be number 1, item 1 will be number 2, item 4 will be number 3, and item 2 will be number 4. How about that to start the day? All right, we're gonna go with item number 1. This is a presentation from the summer MLGW, SWTCC, MSCS boot camps, including a recap and recognition. This was requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, but I know we're all excited to get this. President McGowan.
Thank you, Doug McGowan, President, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And I couldn't be more pleased and excited to be here this morning, Mr. Chair. And what you have here is a room of collaborators who decided about 2 years ago to come together to do our part to make Memphis a better place, to provide opportunities for our young people, and to build a workforce of the future. And that's who's behind me, and we'll introduce them in just a second. That manifested itself into boot camps that were run by Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, assisted by Southwest Tennessee Community College, as students provided from Memphis and Shelby County schools. In April of 2023, we decided to do this. In May of 2023, we had our very first utility worker boot camp. The following year, we added to the utility boot camp the automotive technology boot camp, because we were in need of linemen, utility workers, and mechanics at MLGW. And this past year, we added a customer service career academy for a total of 60 young people that came with us for the summer. And I'm going to show you just some of the pictures as we go through here. See if they'll flip up on the screen here. We're taking a little delay. But there's some of our team that was putting it together. There's the young people in the utility worker boot camp. There's our auto mechanic work boot camp. And I'll get to the meat of the matter here. The video tells the story. We'll just fast forward to get to the video here. And the stars of the show will be coming up here in just a moment. There we go. All right, this is the star of the show. This is the video that gives you the overview. Ooh, buffering. I promise it looks good on my computer. Something lost in translation between this computer and that up there. So, what do you suggest? Start again? Yeah, if you want. Okay, if you just, it's the very first file on there. Okay, so while we're pulling that up, I'd like to recognize, if you were an MLGW person involved with this, if you could stand up. We had our Chief of HR here, Betty Hartwell. Our key team members are Allison Hanauer, Director of HPPD, Lori Miller. We had Nancy here as well, and Kenneth Culp, other MLGW employees. So I'd like to thank everybody who's been involved from MLGW. Timothy Davis's team added the C's group this year. We had shared services that did the mechanics, and then we had our Vice President of Electric Operations and Engineering that did the utility worker boot camp. So thanks everybody for MLGW. It's a real team effort. You also have representatives here from Southwest Tennessee Community College. We're privileged to have Dr. Tracy Hall here president of Southwest Tennessee, and her entire team. If you could all stand up, please. We have Dr. Carol Ash, Dr. Jose Da Silva, Dr. Michael Boyd, Ms. Tamika Perry, Ms. Lavette Hudson, Ms. Kelly Sharp, Ms. Jeanette Smith, Mr. Chuck Thomas, Ms. Amy Shedd, Ms. Tarika Hughes Anderson, and Mr. John Mitchell. This is the team that came together at Southwest that, again, I want to mention this. In April of 23, we had the idea. In May, we started the boot camp. Imagine pulling that together. So this is the team that was able to do that. That's the kind of partner you have in Southwest Tennessee. And they had to create a boot camp out of whole cloth. This isn't something that they had on the shelf. They came together and did this in 4 weeks' time. When we had the Customer Service Academy, they did something very similar for us. So just an incredible amount of effort that went into this. So have I delayed time long enough to watch the video here? All right, good. No, but thank you so much for the team. This is a real team effort. Hopefully we play better this time. There we go. That gives you just a little. Thanks to the Southwest team who put that together, a lot of compelling videos there. It gives you a little taste of what those young people went through. But we've talked about the leadership that put this together. We've talked about the program that we put together and the value it has for us. But I'd like to hear from some of the young people who went through there. And we're privileged today to have with us Micaiah Morrison, who is our utility boot camp. Come on up, Micaiah. Caleb Garrett, who was with our automotive boot camp. And Sebastian Fino, who was with our career academy, RC's career academy. Come on up. They'd each like to just say a little bit of something about what this program meant to them. Micaiah, you want to start?
Thanks for coming, y'all. Just name and address for the record, please.
I am Micaiah Morrison, and my address is 5284 Bucksport Lane. My favorite parts when it came to Southwest was the school in general and the staff. The staff really showed that they loved their job and they cared about the students and how they wanted to pursue MOGW. The school itself was amazing. The teachers and the staff showed everyday excitement and care. When it came to my testimony there, it was a lot, but teachers and administrators like Miss Amy and Miss Miller helped me a lot through that, making me feel like I was okay and that I can always come back even when I didn't feel that I was worthy of it. And I'm so thankful for them, and I would love to come back next year. Thank you.
Great job.
Thanks for coming. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Push the button till the white turns green. There you go. Name and address.
My name is Caleb Garrett. My address is 533 East McKellar Avenue. Hello, my name is Caleb Garrett. I want to thank Southwest Community College, MLGW, and MSCS for letting me share my experience at the automotive boot camp this summer. The program helped me feel ready to start my career as a diesel mechanic. I gained valuable hands-on knowledge and was even paid for my work. It showed me what's possible if I stay focused and keep learning. The instructors shared more than books could, the real tricks of the trade. Overall, the MLGW Bootcamp gave me the motivation and skills to jumpstart my life and reach success.
Awesome. Thank you, Bud.
My name is Sebastian Fanot. My address is 1532 Stable Run Drive. And I'd like to share my experience that it was a very enriching experience, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity that was given to me by being able to be part of it. And what I would like to say is like Micaiah said, everyone in the program was so welcoming, like such positive attitudes. And I'd like to thank everyone in the staff that was able to like bring this opportunity and give it to us, because I had a lot of like learning that was not only like positive for a workforce, just in general life advice that I received from all the staff members, and like different age groups, different things that I really am grateful for. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Davis, because he even bought like the students of the CEAS Academy books for us to read, to be able to implement to our personal lives. So like I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I would like really advise anyone in this young generation to take advantage of it if they could.
Thank you so much.
We're also pleased to have some of the family members here. Family members for these fine young students, would you please stand up and be recognized? I know, please, back here and over here. It means a lot to have their support. Mr. Chair, we're not done. Next year we'll expand. We're going to add another element of the boot camp so we can have some more students come. I will send you the curriculum so you can see that. We're short on time today, but they learned, I think, as you heard, more than just about the skills that you need to work here. Some life skills, some interactions, some conflict resolution skills. And I'll tell you, the confidence that we saw in the young people, especially on the utility side, they were very confident when they looked at those poles. They thought they could climb to the top, and then they got there and they looked a lot higher than they were from a distance. But to watch every single young person prove that they could do it, and they came down off of that pole knowing that they could do it with the help and support of people around them, just a renewed sense of confidence. And we asked them to remember that day, no matter what challenges face you in life and you think, I can't do it. Remember that day when you were trying to climb that pole, or you were trying to troubleshoot that, or you're trying to do conflict resolution. You know you can do this. And so really inspiring, and we're pleased to be able to do our part. This is the workforce of our future, and we're being intentional about building that pipeline here at Memphis Lake Gas and Water, thanks to great partners at Memphis Shelby County Schools and Southwest Tennessee Community College. This year we added students from Kingsbury, Cordova, and Central High Schools to our CEAS Academy, in addition to the other high schools that we bring students in from. So we're trying to reach across the community. I would like to thank your colleague, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who was very instrumental in talking to the young people at the CEAS Academy. So City Council's been involved and engaged, and we appreciate your continued support in this.
Gotcha. Thank you, President McGowan, and congrats again to all the graduates. Great to see the parents here. Thank you, Southwest. Thank you, MLGW. Good to see everybody. Any questions, comments, council members? All right, with that, thanks so much. We'll see you next year. The problem with being good and excellent at things is now everybody's going to start coming to this thing. You're going to have to like multiply this like 10x.
That's right. Thank you.
You know, Ashley just suggested we take a picture real quick. Could we?
Sure.
Could we do that
How
after?
about young people? You guys want to get together with the city council members?
Sure.
You all head up there and get a picture.
Or if y'all want to just get together, we can get you all. Yeah.
Whatever you want. How about that here with some of your instructors?
Council, yeah, you want to get in here?
President Hall, Timothy, some of the instructors, MLGW folks, Nansa, Lori, Allison, Amy, whoever else. There we go. There you go. Y'all are the star of the show. Jump up. Not leaving anybody out. Whoever wants to be in, jump in. Right. Yes, sir. Councilman. Okay, Councilman. before. He's coming. There we go.
Okay, on three. I can't see you. Come to the side. There we go.
Go.
On three. One.
All right. One more. One more, Dr. Warren. There you go. Good job, everybody. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Great job. Thanks, Nancy. Great job.
All right, thanks, everybody. We'll move on to item number 2, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda. President McGowan, the
Thank you, Mr.
floor
Chair.
is yours.
We only have 4 items today. So far, you've approved $257 million. We're just about $258 million after the issues that we will review today. 4 items, as I said. The first item is ratification of a purchase order not to exceed $38,060. These are for 10 generators that will go to our Davis and Shaw well fields. These are backup generators to keep the water wells operating in the event of a power outage. This is a grant funded, it's 90% reimbursable. You see the MLGW portion is $887,000 for this. The $38,000 we added to this because of the potential for increased costs and tariffs. So that's what we're adding over and above what we had originally. Not sure why the slide's not showing now. Let me do it again. Don't know. You all have it in front
Yeah,
of you.
we've got an
though,
email. We've got an email copies.
Yep. So this is for 10 generators. Again, we're adding $38,000 to cover the cost of any tariffs. Second is a funded amount of $553,250. This is a 1-year contract with Mid-South Engineering Consultants. We briefed you all, and you've been aware of the Weaver to Gill extra high pressure gas pipeline that we're installing. It will be completed in about October. This is for the inspectors to go out there and ensure that this is done correctly and that all of the integrity of the pipeline is intact. This is additional time the inspectors will need on the job. We originally had anticipated this being done about a month earlier, so this covers the time for that additional month they need on the job. The next is a project portfolio management software tool for $159,539. This is the second of 4 renewals. This is a project portfolio management tool that basically keeps track of projects, keeps track of work streams for our employees, especially many of the employees who are resources that are contracted for us, and make sure that we're tracking their time, tracking their work, and making sure that we have a good record keeping for all of the projects that are underway. The last is MLGW Employee App. We actually have an app. This is for $64,673. This app is a way that we communicate with our employees. Everybody has it downloaded on their phone. They can access information about their own personal information on the phone, like their accrual balances and that kind of thing. But we also can push information out to employees over this app. So it's limited to MLGW employees, but it is constrained to them, and it's a valuable tool for us to communicate to our employees and for them to get information that's necessary for them without having to log on to a computer. Many of our folks work in the field, and this gives them the ability to have access to information that they need without having to go back into the shop and log into a computer. So with that, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent items for the day.
Thank you, President
Subject to your
McGowan.
questions.
Questions, comments, council members? All right, seeing none, that's it for item number 2, formerly known as item number 1. Now we're going to go to item number 3, which was originally item 4. Did not need a motion on 1 and 2. This is item number 3 is a discussion on the lighting of the downtown substation. This is located District 7, Super District 8. It was requested by Vice Chairwoman Jana Swearingen-Washington. I don't think we need a motion in a second. We've got a discussion, so.
Yeah, it's a very basic update. I think we've talked about this before. Based on some information from some businesses in the Pinch District, it's relatively dark.
For the record, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has joined us.
Thank you. So we've made a little progress since last time we had this. We had some legacy historic lighting inside this substation. It was basically white lights, and we've rectified those. They are all now in operation to provide some additional lighting. I think that's moved into a desire to see some decorative lighting, some colorful lighting that matches kind of what's on the convention center and the bridges. Our team is in the process of doing that for both our downtown headquarters building and Substation 4 to acquire the necessary LED lighting. We have a process that we have to go through in our substations to make sure that we can keep those lights segregated from the other functions in the substation. And we also have to make sure for safety and security that we can turn those off when we need to, should there be any kind of activity. And our security team needs to make sure that these lights don't interfere with our sensors that we have there. So we should have a solution in about 6 weeks' time or so for this. Again, we're trying to do this, the acquisition at the same time as we buy some lighting to uplight the downtown headquarters building as an additional safety security activation measure. These LED lights would be procured about the same time. So that's my update. We haven't forgotten about it. We have made some progress by fixing the existing lights, and we're working on the solution for the LED lights that will provide some colorful options on that facility. We will come back in the second meeting in August with an update on that, if that's okay.
Okay, so you'll come back with the update on this item.
We should have a solution by that point, right?
Okay.
Alonzo, second meeting in August. We should have a solution by second meeting in August. We're still working through options right now.
All right, and we've got Councilwoman Logan joined us. Good morning. Hello. Okay, good deal. So second meeting in August, we'll let Vice Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington.
I'll reach out to her as well.
Reach
let her
out
know
to
where we
her.
are.
And I know y'all communicate. I remember her bringing this up. This is an exciting thing. It's fun when you make all these infrastructure improvements and do all the work y'all are doing, and then we're talking about making it pretty. That's great.
That's right.
All right, any questions, comments? All right, none. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. And this doesn't require a motion or a second or anything. So the last item on the agenda, update on cable, fiber, and line installation to include its impact on electricity, water, gas, and other utilities across the city. That's item number 4 for the day. And this was brought up by Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be joined by the city engineer, Mr. Belen, who is the one that controls the majority of the permitting for fiber, and we are involved in that through attachments. So I'll let Manny take it away.
Thanks, President McGowan. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we have been asked to do is to present the city fiber optic permitting and installation. We've been tasked to ensure that the process related to the request for fiber in our right-of-way, we have managed that process. So we provided just several slides that kind of highlights some of the things that we may hear from the public related to the actual installation of it. So the first one is, what are the protocols and procedures for installation? Typically, the applicant will submit a request for fiber to be installed in a right-of-way. They'll have to prepare a document that would illustrate location, size of the conduits being installed, the length, so the routes of that particular fiber optic. As part of that process, we required them to do an 811 utility locate. That's a general requirement for any underground utility infrastructure installation. From there, the applicants submit that through my office. We review it. We give them, based on the thoroughness of the application, the permit to install. Okay, so the next slide kind of illustrates how some of the protocols that we require the applicants to go through for informing the public related to the infrastructure itself. So typically we require them to do a hangar for those particular areas that they're doing the installation in. So this is one of the examples that you have on there. The actual permit itself is the second image there with the City of Memphis Engineering title on it. So that is required for the installation and the installers to have that on site. So anybody, if you're in the private property, you can ask them, what are you doing? Do you have a permit? And they're required for them to show that to you. One of the things I do want to emphasize on that one is that we are working similar to what MLGW has done as part of their contract work. We've asked a lot of our installers to include some sort of a QR code on their vehicles so that in the event that property owners have any questions, they can just do a QR code picture and take them to that information that they needed. So this is just continuation of our protocol, indicating the regulation, the ordinance that allows for the installation in our right-of-way. These are several pictures of what your constituents will see out in the field. So the first one to the top left is an aerial installation, and typically those are done on MLGW poles. We refrain from having vendors install new poles in our right-of-way. So anytime we can utilize existing infrastructure for aerial installation, we would encourage that rather than adding in additional poles in our right-of-way and cluttering up our right-of-way. So figure 2 kind of shows a boring installation where they use a boring machine. They actually bore in underground. Hence the 811 locate requirement is that what we don't want is a conflict with other underground utilities. So this is an effort, the 811 is an effort to minimize impact to those existing infrastructure. The third one, third is a micro trench. This is a fairly new construction method that we have adopted here in Memphis. It's not new nationwide, it's been used throughout the U.S. However, it's been implemented here. We're in year 1 of that, and microtrenching is basically allowing for the installation of the fiber conduits very easily into the ground without having to dig. So minimal destruction, destruction of the streets or what have you.
Real quick, we've had Councilwoman Green join us and Chairman Canales joined us. Thanks, man.
Thank you. Figure 4 is basically a handhold where a fiber conduit would terminate, and we required them to have some sort of a clear definition of where they're supposed to access those conduits and fiber. And the last is how the mastic is being used to repair the micro trench itself. And here are some other pictures of what we deem acceptable and not acceptable relative to the repairs associated with the infrastructure itself. So sod installation, when they damage sod in front of your property, we make sure that those are being done properly. And all of these work are being done with inspectors. So when a permit is requested, we issue the permit, work is done. Prior to releasing of that permit, we do inspections, and we work in tandem with neighbors, and if there's any issues relative to the actual construction method and the repair done, we encourage that we get the notification from the public so that then we can enforce some of the requirements to the contractor. We certainly don't want the property owners to engage with the contractors, because oftentimes what we see is there'll be a real emotional conflict between them. So let us be the conduit to ensure that those are actively being repaired accordingly. So this is kind of more information about microtrenching. Again, the method is to install conduits in the right-of-way with minimal disruption to the property owners and our roadway. And again, this is practiced throughout the nation. We've implemented it here in the city of Memphis. We're in year 1 of that. There's a little bit of a learning curve for us as well. So as we progress and improve the actual construction method, we certainly ask that the community call us so that when we get feedback from the community and we see deficiencies out in the field, that is a way for us to change the process, change whatever is needed to ensure that it's put back correctly. Question, who do constituents contact when there are problems, questions, or concerns with the contractors? Again, we want to be the conduit for that. We don't want residences engage the contractor directly, so we ask that they contact 311. They can call our office at 636-6700, or they can email us directly in engineering@memphistn.gov, and we'll address any questions that the community has related to the fiber installation itself. What are the constituents' rights regarding installation? They're disrupting the property and yards of constituents. So they're obviously entitled to safe working environments and the restoration of whatever is damaged or at least in needing repair in front of their property. By law, we have to require, within the city rights of ways, we have to provide access to them. It's a right of way, it's for utilities. So we have to, we cannot say no, but what we can do is control the method in which it's being done. So next screen here kind of shows how right-of-way is accessed by these utility companies that want to install fiber. What typically happens, you'll see in the field is property owners are like, they're disrupting my front yard. What property owners don't understand is that the existing right-of-way, the dedicated right-of-way, can actually pass beyond the sidewalk, behind the sidewalk itself. Plats are the actual recorded, the final plats are recorded documents that dictate what the right-of-way widths are. So, for example, if you see here, on North 2nd, the dedicated right-of-way is actually 66 feet. And if you look at where the sidewalk is relative to the front yard, you can see that there is a grassy area before you get into the sidewalk, and there's another grassy area before you get to the curb in the street. And so the requirement is the fiber installation has to be contained within that right-of-way or a dedicated easement already entitled on that property. So this specific slide here shows the right-of-way. In this case, 2nd Street is 66 feet, and so that means they could potentially, the boring company can install fiber past the sidewalk itself, but they are still within the required right-of-way easement. So the next slide is another example.
Real quick, Manny, so we're just an update to the millions of people around the world that are tuning in for Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee at 9:20. So we're 5 minutes over time. I see Chairman Canale was in here. Just to be aware of time, I just wanted to let everybody know we took pictures and celebrated the students earlier. Their families were here, so that's why we're running a little bit behind. But this is an important presentation. How many slides do we have left?
I believe there's, we'll go through it. I believe there might be like 10 more slides. Yeah. Oh, 4 more. Okay. So the next slide here is similar, condition. It's 40-foot right-of-way. In this case, it shows that the back of the sidewalk is the actual right-of-way line. I think the next slide is more important in this case, because it could be a combination. So in this case, we have a right-of-way that is 80 feet. However, there's also oftentimes as part of the final plat, there might be a utility easement behind that specific right-of-way line. So what is that? Utility easement grants utilities to be able to install infrastructure within that easement. So it's not necessarily a dedicated right-of-way, but it is an entitlement against that specific parcel to allow for that installation. That is not uncommon. There is typically you'll see a lot that would have a 5-foot utility easement along the side of the property as well as the rear of the property to service that particular parcel for whatever utility is needed. Question 4, how do residents know if the contracts have been authorized? So we encourage that they contact our office, obviously is one. They can request that, as the previous slide showed, we issue a permit, and that permit has the city title block on it. It advises what routes they're taking, what's being installed, what period of time they're installing it. Any issues related to that, we encourage the public to reach out to our office, and then let us be, again, the conduit to talk to the contractors on that. 5, how are the citizens notified of installation and when they occur? So contractors are responsible for notifying the residences, as shown in the previous slides. Door hangers are encouraged to be placed on the impacted neighborhoods for the work to be done. In some occasion, we would ask the contractors to put in yard signs, and typically they'll put those within the designated area, such as an easement or a right-of-way, not necessarily on their front yard per se. And that concludes our presentation, so if there's any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. So real quick, I'm going to suggest this. There's 2 council members in the queue, Councilwoman Logan and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. But real quick, I've heard a couple things. We've referenced 311. A lot of the calls that come through my office, and Ashley, shout out to Ashley always for taking care of constituents. You know, we reply quickly, try to, and take care of folks when they call in with questions and all that. But 311 has come up. The permitting process has come up. This is something that comes up a lot, so I appreciate Councilwoman Logan for bringing this to the committee today. So real quick, just before y'all speak and ask your questions, just being aware of the clock too. I'm thinking maybe you could come back. Every time we visit, we've worked together for almost a decade, and I learn something new every time. But this is such an important issue for so many citizens, so maybe we could assist in putting something out, and maybe follow up again at the next committee meeting. But we'll talk after this. So, Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for this information and update. I too have received a number of questions and concerns about what's going on in the city of Memphis in terms of fiber installation, what cable, and there's some confusion about what is being done and who's doing it, and their rights to doing it and how the protocols in place for them to do it. So I do appreciate this information. A couple of questions that I had, discussions I want to have is about the public notification. I know I read that the contractor is responsible for notifying the public. What's that time frame, and who ensures that that's being done? And I'm sorry, and is that for all contractors or just fiber? Is that Xfinity, Comcast, all of the people that install?
Yes, ma'am. So all of the above, they're required to pull a permit through our office to do any work within the city rights-of-ways.
And they're supposed to put door hangers on the residents' doors. What is the radius, the mile radius, or the vicinity of the
It depends on the route of which they're installing that system. So we require them to install it. If they're within a certain distance, so typically these are linear installation. Some of them might be curved or what have you, but it's the limit in which the work is being performed.
So like if you're doing work in a neighborhood, will the residents in the neighborhood be notified, or is it just that street?
No, the entire neighborhood would be advised on that.
So, okay, I'm glad to know that, because I've never seen or had Comcast or Xfinity or the cable people put anything down when they're doing work over there. Or is this just installation, or is it if there's extensive work being done in that area by any contractor?
So typically this is for new installation in this case.
New installation, that's when they're to put the door hanger.
That's correct.
All right. Is there a comprehensive list of who's doing installation in Memphis at this time for fiber and cable for new installation?
So any dry utility companies that we have a contract with for fiber installation, in this case, do we have a list available that we can distribute? typically it's just one vendor that we deal with, and then they engage with different contractors for the actual installation. But our conduit is through the actual company that's installing the fiber itself.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean, because I hear what you're saying in terms of you contract with somebody and then they have a lot of subcontractors, but I would like to get, most of the people that have called are elderly or seniors in our community and are concerned about and they're not going to go try to find all these different people out. So if I can get a comprehensive list of, contractors and subcontractors that would possibly be in, I guess, all of our districts, but particularly District 1 for me, but everybody I'm sure wants to know. And then we can share that out. Hey, these are some of the authorized vendors and they're going to be doing fiber in your area. Here's a number you can call if you're concerned. But because I heard you say they should be able to show them their permit or whatever, but then you also said don't go engage with them. So I need to kind of, I think if we're going to tell them not to engage with them, then I'd rather just give them the information. Here's a number to call. Here's who should be here, what to expect. If you have damage, is there a form that, if they feel like they have damage in their yard and the people did not fix it properly, how would they access your office to notify you? Because I hear you saying that you're the person that the office that they're to call.
Right, so we've had instances where that obviously happens. So what we request is that notify us and let us be the conduit to enforce the necessary repair to the contractors to make the property whole.
There's no form to fill out. They just email you or call you.
If the permit is active, we ask that those be funneled through us. And so
via email, via phone call,
via call. Yeah, they can call our office.
Okay. So they call you and notify you that they feel like they had some damage by a contractor.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. That includes landscape or water or whatever. Do you all do an assessment of the current vendors? Like, do you go and spot check to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do and the time frame they're supposed to do it in?
Yes, we don't leave the site unrepaired. So if there's any time where citizens see that their yard has been damaged or has not been prepared properly, please notify us and let us engage the contractor accordingly to make that property owner whole.
Okay, last question. For a citizen who is in a neighborhood that is being installed, part of the neighborhood is getting the installation, but part of the neighborhood is not. I think out in Countrywood, there's some concern about that. That part of the neighborhood, they are seeing the trucks installing, but then half of the neighborhood was left off. So half the community was left off. Can you?
That's not uncommon.
Okay.
Typically, these are done in phases. So they may or may not be in that phase yet, but we can certainly provide that information in terms of what the plan is for that. So if any citizens have any questions, they can always reach out to our office and we can provide them that information.
Okay.
And that's at 636.
I'll reach out to you and get that information and share.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you for bringing this up. Thank you, Manny. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. First, I would like to say thank you for the presentation and apologize. I was dealing with power outages, calling from customers in 38109, trying to figure out no high winds, no storms, and why they didn't have power. And I told them that I'm going to talk, and we can talk offline, and I'll give you that information. Secondly is this fiber. Everything that my colleague, Councilwoman Logan, has stated has been an issue and concern. Manny, you and I have already experienced that. They are senior citizens, mostly, that are having an issue, not truly understanding who these people are. And we had an incident that Councilwoman just alluded to with a measurement where the yard was demolished. Secondly, the 311 system is not going to work when this is happening. And so there should have been another plan in place. We know, we see, and we understand, especially dealing with senior citizens and in the communities that this fiber is going in. There needs to be another alternative other than calling 311. 311 does not work for us and our citizens here in Memphis. So what I would like for you all to do is come up with another plan other than 311. Secondly, the notification, the hangers on the doors, and those things of that nature does not happen with your contractors. Because the phone calls, when they're putting the fibers and when they're going, you all don't get the phone calls. They don't want to call 311. They don't trust 311, and we're okay with it because we know there's a problem. And we are in the phase of fixing 311. So there can be transitions and making sure that every system is communicating in this 21st century. Secondly, all of this that you're giving us is great, but the people, my community, District 1, Super District 8-3, they don't know who to call and what the questions and the problems and the concerns and the contractors. There needs to be some type of advertisement that comes from the city part that does a due justice to our citizens to let them know this is happening, this is about to occur, or this is going on. You can send out some PR announcements through us to let our citizens know that they're coming into their communities and this is what is about to happen. As Logan alluded to, these are senior citizens. I get so many calls when those contractors are out there because sometimes they don't have their permit or they don't feel like they ought to show the permit. So we need another system in place when things like this are happening where we are more responsible to our constituents as their taxpayers' dollars are actually paying for all of this because you don't have a lot of oversight dealing with the situation that you and I dealt with. And hearing that lady tear up and cry about her yard and wanting to sue, and there was no recourse for her. There was no recourse for her. And as her elected official, I couldn't do anything to help her because once it's in the contractor's hand, and you correct me if I'm wrong, and you let me know that and once it's in the contractor's hand and the permit has been given, the engineering, the city, we're not liable. Am I right? Help me.
We do enforce that prior to any closure of a specific project, that the inspections are done. So inspections are done by our team to ensure that any property that has seen some sort of disruption are made whole. What does that mean? That means if they damage any sort of grassy areas, that those grassy areas are made back to what they were initially prior to any disruption. So we encourage any property owner that see that work is being done in and along their front yard to call our office and let us, again, be the conduit to enforce that to the contractors performing the work.
They don't know to call your office. The only thing they know to do is call their elected officials. So we need to do a better, much better of getting this information out to them to let them know.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I saw you, Chief. It doesn't matter. I get the phone calls. I deal with this, and this is a headache for me. And to hear that woman, that elderly woman, and her husband, and the disruption of their yard. And I didn't get one call. I got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And I'm still trying to make it right. And they're still calling because her beautiful yard was disrupted. And so we're just trying to do things a little bit better, like you said. Just do it a little bit better. We made a mistake. Let's do it a little bit better. And we will have enough time because we always do. And I would never be disrespectful. But every time we come in here, I have a list this long of poor people, brown people that look like me in this city that's got a huge complaint, and we do nothing to satisfy it. We can't keep pacifying what we're doing. And these are taxpayers. This is their dollars. This is their monies. We can't keep doing it. And I know we're trying to do the best. But while I'm on this watch, while I'm sitting in this seat and on this watch, and if I never get it back again, I'm going to be the voice for those that are voiceless. It's always us that's having a problem. I don't know how my other Super District 9 deal with their stuff. I don't know. But it's always us. I can't even, these phones, it's constantly, my emails. This child can tell you, this young lady can tell you, excuse me for calling you, this young lady can tell you. The city We have done such a poor job. I can't tell them why the lights are out. I can't tell them who the contractors are. We're asking for information to give to them, to give them some power so they can have some power and just get some knowledge. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Real quick, Chief Adams is here, wants to make a comment.
Just, we hear you, council members. We understand our frustration. We can do a better job, and we will do a better job at communicating. I assure you that this is a positive project, one in which will be powerful to our community. So we will come back to you, and we will present a revised, improved method of communication to the citizens, and then also method of recourse as well. And I think that's what Director Boleen was trying to describe.
Thank
so
you.
We'll come back.
Thank you. I'll suggest we all get together, maybe come up with a clean one-pager. There's a solution here. There's a lot of good things happening, and a lot of us get the same calls that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton does, so I appreciate her passion for it. This happens citywide, and there's tons of good things that happen citywide, too. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up. Councilwoman Logan,
Just
you
one,
wanted to
if
make
we
one
can
quick
include a
comment.
graphic with that we can push out, and any initiative that we have, if
Yes,
we could
ma'am.
lead into it with a graphic that we can share that
Yes,
has
ma'am.
all of that information in bullet forms and, something really simple. Infographic would be great.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and also want to recognize Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington showed up. Councilman Canale's coming up next with, excuse me, for the record, she's present. And Chairman Canale, I guess, is going to lead the next committee. All right, this meeting's adjourned. Thanks.
I'd like to call to order the Memphis City Council Personnel and Government Affairs Committee on today, July 8th at 9:51 a.m. Ms. Egger-Bernat, please call the roll.
Chairman Canali. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza.
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Chairwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda today. Items number 4, number 6, and number 7 have been held. So we will go with item number 1. This is an appointment to Memphis Animal Services Director, Ms. Suzanne Hollenbeck. In request for same night minutes, can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Chair Canali, second by Spinoza. We'll take it. So Ms. Hollenbeck, if you could give your name, address for the record, and any words you'd like to share, please, words you'd like to share about your appointment with same night minutes today. Thank you.
Suzanne Hollenbeck. My address is 5243 Lori Lane, Memphis 38120. And I am actually very excited to get started at Memphis Animal Services. I have an extensive background in animal welfare directly in the underserved areas of Memphis. So I have the experience that we need to move forward for Memphis Animal Services to operate for all of Memphis, not just for the facility. So I'm excited to get started.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from colleagues? Councilwoman Green?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for stepping up to serve. I know that I have personally received many emails in support of your nomination and appointment from the animal welfare community. I do sit on the board of the Humane Society, and I understand there's a meeting this week. And I hope that as you continue to, improve things out at MAS, that you also consider the ripple effect it has at our other shelters, like the Humane Society, that are no-kill shelters. I know that in the past year and a half, I guess, since I've been in this seat, really, because of the multiple closures of MAS, we have seen incredible numbers of intakes and returns, and it has put a real strain both financially and emotionally on the staff out at the Humane Society. And I'm sure that it's something that you're deeply aware of, being in the other rescue areas out in the community. But if we are going to have a good ecosystem of shelters in all of Shelby County, which I think we need, and I hope some other municipalities step up and open some more too, but places like the Humane Society have to be able to survive and thrive as well. So I would love to hear your ideas on partnership with the Humane Society, but mostly I'm excited to see how you make changes out at the shelter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Also, let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman Walker, Councilwoman Vice Chair Swearingen Washington.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say that I am excited about the community support that is behind you. I have received so many emails, and phone calls, and texts.
Good. That's great.
And we are just thankful for the new leadership. We know that you're going to be awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being willing, and thank you, Mayor, for finding this outstanding candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Chair Canali, and then Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, welcome. We thank you. We appreciate you for your willingness to tackle this project. We know it's going to be tough and it's not going to happen overnight, but we are very appreciative of your willingness to serve. And Mayor, kudos to you. You did an excellent choice here, and I think you knocked this pick out of the park. So thank you to both of you.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really want to echo what everybody else said, but just wanted to say it for the record. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and excited to work with you. The compliments, the momentum, the positivity around this hire is fantastic. You have a big job, and I'm here to support you personally, and I know the whole council is as well. So excited to start working with you and moving things forward. But very excited today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Also, let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman Logan, and we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for
Good morning. Thank you.
good morning for being willing to take this huge task upon yourself. I'll be praying for you, like I've always done, even for the interim that was there, because she worked very hard. She was out in the community. She was really trying. She was only a phone call away. And she did an exceptional job with what she was tasked to do. But looking forward, I know the community is excited. I would concur with Chair, Vice Chair Swearingen Washington, the emails of your support. And they're excited to be working with you. And this community of dog lovers, I'm a dog owner, they are very passionate, and they love the animals here. And I think collaborating with the community as well and hearing them will make you even more successful in this journey.
I couldn't agree more. Absolutely.
Will make you more successful because their voices matter. They're out there. They know what it looks like. They've been in the trenches.
No doubt.
And so with their support and you collaborating with them as a team, I know, and once again, I'm very prayerful that you will be successful and the city will be successful. So thank you for taking on this huge task.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And then also we have Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Mayor, I wanted to see if Chief Houston, if maybe we could get some kind of collaboration of maybe some materials or supplies that you need or however that we can share with the community and make sure that you're getting those things like old peel boxes and things like that.
Right. Actually, we've already, I've coordinated with Ms. Sweat, Chief Sweat, with the fire department to put out a collection, between the departments. She's offered to do some things like that for collecting collars and dog food and things like that for us to be able to offer the community.
Can you help us get that communication out, Chief? Great. We would love to support. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm a dog lover.
I appreciate that. We've got some dogs for you if you need one.
I have two. I have to talk to my husband if I can get one more.
What's one more?
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Let the record show we've also been joined by Councilman Carlisle. Colleagues, I've heard a lot of very good things about the same 9 minutes appointment. And Mayor, you're here in person, so that means a lot as well. Also, I'd like to say that, well, you're not technically my neighbor, but you're, you're always in the neighborhood. But I've had a lot of experience watching Ms. Hollenbeck, or as I was introduced to her as Susie, with the work that her and her friend does, even on my street when we had that dog issue, just the way that she approached it, that really helped our whole street. And you weren't even anywhere near this opportunity, and I didn't even know that was happening. So just to know the things that you already do and the love that you have for animals that I've seen firsthand, even with letting my son play with the dog across the street, it's very, very, very good to be seeing you taking this position and all the work that it's going to entail. So we will go to a voice vote for the appointment Memphis Animal Service Director, Suzanne Hollenbeck, same 9 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so the ayes have it, and that'll be downstairs at 4 o'clock.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleagues, item number 2, Community Enhancement Director appointment. Ms. Melanie Neal, request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Motion by Councilman Ford Sr., second by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Ms. Neal, if you could give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share about this new department and your appointment to its first director.
Yes, ma'am. Melanie Neal, 499 South Hollywood. I am beyond excited about this opportunity. beyond excited about the formation of the Community Enhancement Division. This type of work deserves its own platform. It deserves its own division. There are so many obstacles that we've faced throughout the years, and I've been with the city for over 20 years, and I haven't been as excited as I am to come to work every single day. I see change, I see movement. The employees are excited about this opportunity. They deserve to be represented fully as members of the Community Enhancement Division. Couldn't be more excited to partner with each and every one of you to prioritize and strategize for each of your districts. I want to thank the mayor definitely for his vision, and I want to be sure that we're working together to realize that because the citizens deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. In the queue, we have Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington and Councilwoman Logan.
Mayor, Director Neal, or future Director Neal, is amazing. She responds immediately. And I just want to applaud your excellent customer service, sending your team. I know the morale is going to be outstanding.
Yes,
and I am excited to be able to support you. I know you're already phenomenal, so I know the whole department is going to be outstanding. So we thank you, Mayor, for even thinking of having this department. Thank you, Chief Adams. This is going to be fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor Young. I appreciate you for recognizing the institutional knowledge that we have in, I guess I can say Chief Director Neal, soon to be Director Neal, working with her over the years on the ground, and just being able to have someone in leadership that understands from the bottom up is really going to be transformative in our communities. And so I'm looking forward to it because she understands what it feels like to be an employee in the department as well as in leadership, and that balance, as well as being able to be resourceful considering the budget constraints that we often have. I appreciate that, not just saying we don't have the money, but let's figure it out and get in there and actually do the work. So I'm looking forward to what you're going to bring to the families in our communities, because we're going to be transforming the community. Separating this out to have its own platform, I think, was ingenious, and we've been working towards that for a long time, but just taking the initiative to get it done and to do it. I really applaud that and appreciate it for a time such as this, because we're in a critical position. We need that. We need that decisive leadership to go ahead and make those decisions and create those initiatives or divisions that are needed. There are some others, that we've talked that need to happen as well, to make certain that we're not duplicating, that we're utilizing our resources for where we are in our community. So this is the first step, and I'm really excited about it. You have my full support. I've seen your work. I thank you for being responsive and for caring, most of all, for really caring and understanding that these are the lives and the homes and the investments of citizens, real citizens. So I'm looking forward to it, and thanks so much, praying for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Director, I'm so excited to see you sit in that chair and for this appointment. I met your year 7 months ago in 8 days. I came out to the Coca-Cola plant, and you were just an employee there at the time. And you gave me, you all and the team out there, the camaraderie of your fellow employees. Now you'll be their director. Supported you 100%. Thank you for your transparency, your openness, and your honesty. What was really happening out there. You felt safe enough to tell me, and you felt safe enough to let me know that you all were working very, very hard to try to improve the city with what you were allowed it to work with and what you had to work with. Thank you for sharing with me that Oracle was a bomb of a system and it didn't work and it didn't communicate. And you were very transparent with it, and you all dealt with it as hard as you could, and you made sure that every employee was out there. Even when I made you turn your back and walk away, and I said, tell me the truth, what you really think about her. And they were very honest and very transparent. So I'm very prayerful for you as well. This is a hard job to clean up this city. Every phone call that I've made to you and your team, you have responded immediately. Not only have you responded, You took your car, you got in the car, and you went out to see exactly what I was talking about and what the constituent and the citizens actually needed and what they were looking for. So I'm very grateful and I'm thankful for these appointments that are coming before us now. Mayor Young, thank you. I think that you have made some good choices, because none is great but the Father. So you've made some good choices. And I look forward to continue working with you. And thank you for all what you've already done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. In the queue, we have Councilman Carlisle and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounds like you're going to have no problem being confirmed, so congratulations. I guess for me, I'll take a little bit different tack, which, since we have you here, what does success look like for your division, and how do you plan on measuring that success in relationship with the Office of Performance Management so that we can justify your division? What does that look like, and how do you plan to measure it?
Success looks like less service requests for us. It looks like a behavioral change. It looks like accountability being taken for properties that have sat vacant and abandoned for years and years. It looks like having a legal strategy that moves the needle instead of cases sitting in environmental court for years and years and years. It looks like having an administrative process that creates pots for abandoned properties where there's an outcome, there's a disposition, there's a decision being made, there's development going on. So for us, the work that we do is decreased, honestly, to decide what the next phase looks like. Is it a cluster of commercial properties that have been longstanding and vacant and abandoned that are now thriving and growing and beautified through Memphis City Beautiful and their efforts? So for us, the type of work that we do means accountability. It means having people who are actually, we deal with private property.
Sure, yeah, no, yeah. So that's a fair answer. It's a good philosophical start. I think we'd all agree with those aspirations. When is your team going to have an actual set of target goals that are measurable? Yeah, I mean, I know we talked to you, we bought some during budget, right?
Yes.
So how do we continue to, there were some things missing on that. It was a first start. So over the last month, what have you guys continued to develop as far as targets, goals, management, and processes in order to achieve those goals and this accountability you're talking about more specifically? And this isn't you. I'll make a broad statement real quick, and then I want you to answer. I've sat here for many years, like my colleagues, where we have broad philosophical discussions here that sound great, and they are the start of what is supposed to be the next step, which is cleaner city, safer city, economic development, downline, trickle-down economics, right? All that stuff. And then we leave the room for 2 weeks and we don't really nail down those hard details. Now, a majority of that is the mayor's and the administration's job to execute the government, but it's to come back to us. So what I'm issuing you is not really a challenge or an edict. It's more of a, let's circle back in the first week of August with those hard target goals.
Definitely.
And what I'd like to see them is, you need to set a 5-year moon mission goal to count, no trash, right? Hell, I don't care if it's no trash on Mississippi Boulevard.
Right.
If that's where we're at, that's where we're at. And in 5 years, there's no trash on there, then we hit the goal. But we need to break those. We've got to start hitting more, even if we miss them. We've got to start setting more real, articulated, achievable, and accountable, and goals that we can hold ourselves accountable to. And I think your division, and also what is forming into John Zena's kind of new role, that division, right? And there are some ways that, to your point, 311 calls and the time that they were answered and closed. How many of those? So I'd like to see those in a month or so. I'd like to see them by the first week in August. I think that's a fair time. And look, I wish you nothing but the success. I think that for me, though, bringing this division back, because this division existed at one time. Bringing it back, I've been lukewarm, as we've discussed. I'm optimistic, but cautiously. And so I think the most important way to win me over, not that I'm the most important person in the room by any stretch, but is to show with the data that 311 calls are decreasing in those certain categories. And we, like violent crime, we can start to isolate what's yours and what's not yours. But I think that those are some of the things that this body has to see and the public needs to see from a technical, and they're going to feel it on the backside. The mayor's talked a lot about perception, and I think that's fair too. There's a perception out there that isn't in touch with the reality often, I think, here. So anyway, I'll be quiet, but those are kind of my remarks. I wish you nothing but the best. I appreciate my colleagues' comments. You know you better than I do. I trust in their experience. But as we look into the future, much more achievable, much more articulated, a more articulated set of goals.
Gotcha.
Those are the big things. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. And we are working on the strategic side of it as well. There's a philosophical feel-good side, as well as what we can strategize and put on paper. So we're definitely in the process of working on that, and August is definitely a deliverable time for us.
Perfect. I would say, yeah, as wired the way I am, it's the latter part that I care about the most.
Understood, definitely.
Thank you, Councilman. Also let the record show that we've been joined by Councilman Smiley. Good to see you. In the queue, we have Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Spinoza, Chair Canale, and lastly, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations, Ms. Neal. I just want to say that as Chair of Neighborhood Improvement, I'm looking forward to what this intersectionality could look like, as well as collaborations. Congratulations again, and I'll be looking forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations. Excited to call you Director Neal soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's funny, I was over here laughing. So many things that we've talked about, Mr. Mayor, over the last year and a half, I guess. It's like a lot of things that I work on and I'm passionate about are going to fall under this. And Melanie, you're a great human and just very happy that you have this job now and excited to work with you. So you've got my support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor, Director Neal, congratulations. I think that this new division is very important to cleaning up Memphis, getting Memphis back on the track that we all want it to be on. But I want to say that I appreciate, since you've been working, the collaboration between yourself, Mr. Muhammad, Director Davis, Deputy Director Jones, Director Morgan, one of my most favorite city employees, Deputy Director Tuliadis, David Howell, Drain Maintenance, and this is not an all-inclusive list, but because I appreciate all of you, and I know there's many more, and I don't want anybody to feel slighted because I left you out, because I appreciate all of you. I just don't have your names in front of me, and they'll come to me later. But I just want to say thank you for the collaboration and you truly working together on one focused mission. So I wish you all the best in your new role. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
That was quick. I wanted to build off of what my colleague Councilman Carlisle mentioned. I think we all are interested in the numbers and seeing the actual hard data. One thing that I want to say, but I know because of all the things that have been said, you're going to tackle that, and we've discussed that. And I think that is going to be incumbent upon all of us as well to determine what that bottom line needs to look like in terms, what is our expectation as a city? I don't know if you can craft that by yourself in your division, but with the new division that Director Zena has, Public Works, Community Enhancement, and not to mention Environmental Court. They have to be brought into that as well, even though I know they're separate, but all of those working together and us having that vision of what we want the city to look like is going to create that, and holding each other accountable, because there's a lot of duplicity that we have to deal with, and I think having these different divisions and y'all working together, we talked about yesterday, right-of-ways, something as simple as right-of-ways got to be dealt with. So now we are positioned to be able to do those things and put it in place, and we have the people that have the fortitude to do it. And we're going to, we need, once you all lay that groundwork out and decide who's doing what, put some money, we got to allocate some money to it, and then we come up with what the city is expecting, what we're expecting for that. And I think with that in place, we're going to get it done. But just having you all in place is the first step. So I'm looking forward to it. The hard work and the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Ms. Neal, I have nothing else left to say. My colleagues didn't leave me with anything, but I'm excited to have you on and see the work that this entails. Colleagues, let us do a voice vote for the same 9-minute approval of Community Enhancement Director Melanie Neal. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, and the ayes have it. So it will be confirmed downstairs today at 4.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Colleagues, we still have 2 items left. So item number 3, The appointment of Memphis Parks Director, Mr. Justice Bolden, for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Motion by Ford Senior, second by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. I just picked one green, I'm sorry. Mr. Bolden, if you can, I know you've talked with everyone, but for the purpose of the public, right, to be able to hear what we all also heard, after your name and your address, if you can give some words you'd like to share about your appointment to Parks Director.
Good morning. My name is Justice Bolden, address 5660 Gladeview Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. I'm really excited and honored to be here today before you with the opportunity to serve as the director of the Memphis Parks. I've been in Parks and Recreation for roughly 23 years. I started just after graduation from White Station High School. I'm also a proud graduate of the University of Memphis School of Journalism, as well as the City and Regional Planning Program. And I also spent about a decade working for the Memphis Parks in a role both as recreation leader and athletic specialist. And I had an opportunity to also work for some cities that do some things well, in particular Pasadena, California, where I spent about 7 years, and then the last 5.5, nearly 6 years with the city of Oakland. One of the reasons I was excited about the opportunity to come back here is the great work that the Memphis Parks has always done. And so whether it was the Memphis Park Commission or the Division of Park Services or Parks Neighborhoods, Parks and Recreation has long been a staple in Memphis. I learned how to swim at Ed Rice Pool in 1991. The opportunity to serve under some great directors like Willie Biles and just some tremendous mentors throughout my life really inspired me to want to make this a career. But also, my goal is to work with you all, to work with the community, to work with the stakeholders, to inspire other youth, adults, seniors, to really take advantage of our parks and recreation, to take advantage of the opportunities to work in a field, to be healthy, to have safe, clean, accessible parks that we maintain. And so it's just a tremendous opportunity. I could continue to go on and on about the importance of our city, and certainly excited to work alongside Mayor Young as well as everyone else. I see a tremendous amount of opportunity in Memphis, and certainly we're doing some great work. Our team with the Memphis Parks, in particular, our staff has done an incredible job of building a brand, building something that we can hold on to in Memphis. And so I'm really just excited to be here today, and just look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bolden. Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry. I hadn't asked you if you want to say anything all morning. Did you?
Sorry, they've been rolling. I didn't need to say anything.
Just continue, but did you want to speak to this appointment and any of the other two that we also?
Well,
did?
These are all incredible candidates. I'm really excited to have them be a part of the team and lead us into the next chapter. Specifically to Justice. Justice is a very smart, forward-thinking individual. He's already been working really hard with the team. I also want to shout out Marsha Allen, who served as interim very capably and very well. And I think she's here, so I want to make sure I give her a shout out. And they are already working hard. And I just point out just last week, I guess that was my first test to him when we got the call about, we saw Lil Braden on the news talking about Orange Mound splash pads and how quickly they were able to respond and come with a new scenario where they put in the blow-up water slides within the same day. But that's the type of team that we have here that's able to react quickly and do what we need to do to make sure that the people get the results that they need. And so I'm very proud of them, and I thank you all for being partners as we take Memphis to the next level.
Thank you, Mayor Young. In the queue, we have Councilwoman Green, Councilman Warren, Vice Chair Swearingen Washington, and then Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure that everybody heard. Where did you go to high school?
White Station High School.
That's right. And who did you play for?
Terry Tippett, the legendary Terry Tippett.
And when you were there, did y'all make it all the way to the state championships?
So we won state championships in 2000, 2002, 3, and 4. It was 4 out of 5.
And
Councilwoman, you out of order.
Were you inducted into the Sports
sorry,
Hall of Fame?
I'm just
wondering.
It's about time somebody said that, by the way.
I'm just making sure we got it on the record. Onward, Spartan. And, interim director Allen is also raising a future Spartan, so I know that good people are at Parks. That's all I'm saying. So I wanted to say thank you for taking the time. We talked in the parking lot, and then you came back and had another meeting with me. I think I'm excited to see what we can do in District 2 and how we can support people better. For those of you who don't know, you spent a lot of time out at Burt Ferguson when you first started, right? Like, did you say 6 or 7 years?
Yes, 6 years.
Yeah. And so I know for Councilwoman Logan and I, that's a really important spot, and we want to see that part of our community continue to thrive. But, Councilwoman Walker and I also share the Hickory Hill Community Center and know that great things are happening out there. So we want to see those thrive. And then, of course, I also saw you at the River Parks board meeting, and I appreciate you being present for those sort of conversations, too, because we've got to make sure that we have a grand vision for what's happening in the public spaces that all Memphians enjoy and our tourists as well. So you've got a big job in front of you, but, you're a Spartan, so I figure you can handle it. Thanks, Chair.
I'm going to let you have that, Councilwoman. Now to my fellow warrior, Councilman Dr. Warren.
Warrior by proxy. As we had our discussion about my 3 sons being warriors, and I didn't hold it against him as I was talking to him. I'm just really proud to see people like you coming back to Memphis, bringing the skills that you've obtained elsewhere back to our city. And you're a perfect example of what every parent here in Memphis wants to see, is our kids go out, learn something, come back here, and then help our city. So thank you for doing that, and we're going to be here to try to help make you and our park successful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Vice Chair Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. I wanted to find out, are you willing to keep a lot of the programs that we already have in place? What are some of your ideas? Because they have really done some great things. Friday activities and things for the summer. So are you going to come in and just enhance, add to? I'm hoping that you're not going to change some of the programming that we have.
No, so the goal right now is to really assess, enhance, listen. Number one, we have to listen to our team. And so talking to every level of staff we have within the Memphis Parks, and also talking to the community. But in particular, Play Your Parks is a tremendous asset to the city of Memphis. Most recently, we hosted the Liberty for All event, as well as a number of Family Fun Fridays and events. And so the one thing about it, when you attend these events, it's safe. The families are there, and we're talking youth all the way up to adults and seniors, people sitting on lawn chairs. We have music, food, games, and then also vendors are able to take a part in what we're doing and really be able to also build their brand and get out there. And so our team has done a tremendous job. And like I indicated, one of the things that really excited me about Memphis, and I tell this story, living on the West Coast, I had an opportunity to read the Memphis news at 10 p.m. And so oftentimes when I would talk to someone the next morning and they would mention something, I'd say, oh yeah, I read that last night. And so, no, we're doing a tremendous job in the community. Certainly we want to identify ways in which we can enhance it. I have a background in athletics, and one of my things was getting around to the community. And so I've had an opportunity to visit about 27 of our community centers so far, so I've still got 3 to go, as well as a few senior centers. But this work that we do, the goal is to enhance long-term so that we can inspire young people, adults, seniors. Aquatics is going to be really something that I really hold important and dear, just because of the drowning prevention, the water safety, the opportunities to work with the Memphis Fire Department, with some of our partners who already have pools, whether it be indoor or outdoor, and also the opportunity to just deliver robust programming. So when I look at the Memphis Parks, it's more about when we have indoor spaces and when we have outdoor spaces, how can we activate those throughout the day? And so if you're seniors, ideally you want to be able to come in 8, 9 a.m., get that recreation out of the way, and then you can move on with the rest of your day. From 12 to 5 p.m., that may be those adults who are working the night shift and have an opportunity to come in. And then certainly after school and out of school time, that's one of our most critical times, because in many cases, the center director, the assistant director, the recreation leader, the volunteer, the custodian, we become the parents of a lot of the young people that are within our centers. And so, no, the work we're doing is so important, and we want to continue that.
Right. Thank you. I'm also excited. Did I feel the air conditioning being repaired?
Yes, but it just went out. Ooh.
I was talking until it come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're a good luck charm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And most everybody said everything I wanted to say, but I did want to say I'm looking most forward to you bringing what you've experienced other places and enhancing what we have here. So if you got something new, we open to it as well. But another thing is the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And so I know you come from good stock and will do an incredible job as your father has done in our city as well. We appreciate the long-standing history of service to our city that you will continue, and know that you'll add a wealth of knowledge and institutional knowledge and innovation. And so we're looking forward to it. We're excited about it. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for loving our city. And we are here to support. You have our full support.
Thank you. It's so exciting to be back in Memphis.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Bolden. It has been such, it was exciting meeting you and talking with you. Seeing you out with Councilwoman Michelin in her event last week, and you taking the time to walk in the playground and being able to discuss the danger versus the safety on that playground, and your innovation, what you said and what you're bringing, and making sure, I'm going to quote what the Memphis Park says, meeting everybody on a common ground. Thank you for the YMCA visit, which was phenomenal. You connected Westwood, Whitehaven, Mitchell. Those babies got the exposure to go to the YMCA. Not only that, but to get the experience on safety of the water, because children are excited. They have no sense of danger when it comes to water. So thank you for inviting me out there and being a part of that. And as I said to you behind closed doors, and I will say to you openly, because this is a very important department, very important to our community. Push forward with new ideas. Sometimes it's hard for natives, I'm a transplant, to embrace change when it's for the betterment. You have the skill set, the professionalism, and some other secrets that you told me about yourself. I can't wait till those things are discovered in you. When you make your decision, stand on it. If it's for the betterment of this city, we need to move forward here. And so you have my full support in that. So, in my prayers, because you're going to need them. Stand strong, mean what you say what you mean, and be committed and move forward with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker, and then Councilman Ford Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Bolden, how are you this morning?
I'm doing amazing. It's good to see you.
Same here. So in our first real conversation, I guess it was last Monday, there were two words that I just wanted to share today that you said within everything that you said, and they were customer service. And I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to Parks having continued customer service. It's a great team, and I know you're going to do a magnificent job at the helm. In particular, you all assisted me with two of our wonderful facilities and getting them booked and situated. So I will be co-hosting a back-to-school drive at the Hickory Hill Community Center on July 26th, along with Commissioner Miska K. Bibbs, and there will be a men's wellness event at the Whitehaven Community Center in the banquet hall in just a little less than 2 weeks on the 19th. So thank you, Ms. Marsha, Miss Allen, excuse me, and your amazing team. I do appreciate it, and I just look forward to all of the wonderful things that will be coming with you over our Parks Department. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And lastly, Councilman Ford Sr.
I won't be long. I just want to piggyback on Councilwoman Sutton. When it came to Westwood Community Center, you know, we've had problems with that pool. Everybody got mad at us, but you made a way, you know, picking up, taking the children over to the YMCA, and we just want to thank you for that and everybody that worked along with you with that, you know, because that was very important. Hopefully that kind of calmed them down a little bit because they were kind of pissed at us, okay, because that pool was supposed to have been made. I mean, everybody know that, okay? But we know what happened, okay? Reason why it's not. But y'all made a way and made everything okay. And I just want to thank you all for that. Everybody that had part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ford. And when it comes to recreation, I learned this from one of my mentors. The root word of recreation is recreate.
This man came from Pasadena, California. I have a brother in Pasadena, California. I'm quite sure you worked very hard because some of the things that you talked about, my brother been doing it for about 60-some years and all these different things. So I know you were part of it, especially, you know, the parade, everything else on, what is that, on the 1st? Yeah. So, hey, he always been a part of it, and I know you had part of it, too, because we talked about that. And I just want to say, hey, Pasadena is a very nice place to be in California, okay? And he came from there. Thank you.
I'd do you a nicer place to be for in Memphis.
I was just about to say that.
Well, Mr. Bowden, it seems like we are very, very, very excited to have you. I know when I held it 2 weeks ago, I had to call you and tell you nothing personal. I just wanted everybody to get time, right, to be able to talk with you. And I think that was a good thing because also within that 2 weeks, you were able to be all over the city. It sounds like you get 3 left. You came to my event 12 hours after I invited you, and it sounds like you've been doing things that you said you would do, so we're very excited to have you. Colleagues, let us go to a voice vote for the appointment of Memphis Parks Director Justin Bowden, request for same-night minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, and the ayes have it, so it will be confirmed downstairs at 4 p.m. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Mayor Young. All right, colleagues, one more item. Stay with me. Item number 5, a resolution to approve a one-time bonus equal to $2,950 for city retirees currently receiving pension payments or eligible to receive pension. All council districts sponsored by administration is request for same-night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Motion by Ford Sr., second by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Lynette Hall Lewis, Deputy Chief HR Officer, 125 North Main.
Fonda Fouché, Chief Human Resource Officer, 125 North Main.
You all can proceed with any presentation that you have. And colleagues, let me know if y'all have any comments or questions.
Thank you. There is no presentation. There is a resolution for this. This is...
Yeah, not physical PDF presentation, but just an explanation of the resolution, so we know.
Good morning, Council. My name is Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. And each year, as we enter the budget season, we speak with both our current employees as well as our retirees, and we try to address the issues as they come up. One of the things that came to the forefront this year, and I think it's been raised by several council people here, is how we've struggled to try to make retirees whole. Many people have retired in years past, and of course the compensation levels were a lot lower, and now we're doing our best to work with that within the context of the budget. When we came to that juncture this year, we spoke with an organization by the name of ACRE. And ACRE is an association of retired employees or former employees of the city of Memphis. We spoke to them about how we can help them to address some of the shortfalls that they were facing, and they actually spoke up for the opportunity to get a bonus. Last year, this body approved a $3,000 bonus for acre, which was extremely well received. They were very laudatory to this body and the city of Memphis for extending that. This year, we tried to stay within the same cost limits, and so we're extending a $2,950 bonus. When we work through the math, there are more retirees this year than last year. ACRE actually endorsed the bonus this year as well over a COLA increase, and it comes in at just under the price point that we faced last year from a compensation perspective.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Persons. In the queue, we have Vice Chairwoman Swearinger Washington, Councilwoman Green, and then Councilman Carlisle.
I just want to say that I'm so excited about this. A lot of times we forget our retirees who have offered so many years of service, and this is an opportunity for us to say thank you. We still appreciate you and encourage them. Is there a way that we can do it where they don't have to pay all of the, fees or however? Taxes.
They'll have to seek their own tax consultants.
Is there a way that that can be done? It's not a way? No? Oh, okay.
I don't, yeah. I
But
think
sometimes
we, to the points raised on the dais, I think it would be hard for us to compensate them so that they would receive that kind of on a post-tax basis, because everybody's tax situation is different, and then it would drive additional costs. So,
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, any way it comes, I'm sure they're going to be most appreciative. So thank you all for making it happen.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to HR and your hard work on this. I know that we've had this conversation multiple times, in both of our budget seasons. It's something I always advocate for, is making sure our retirees are taken care of, mostly because the cost of living has increased so dramatically. And my assumption is not just because it's $50 less, but it's not keeping up with COLA, but they would prefer it to be in a bonus situation this year, as opposed to the COLA increase. I just point that out to the council so that we're still not keeping them up with the basic cost of living. And I spend a lot of time out at McWhorter Senior Center, and there's a lot of city employees that hang out there. And I know that the cost of food, that the cost of medicine, the cost of gas, the cost of housing, everything is increasing exponentially. My one question for finance is, I see this is coming from the pension fund. Can you talk to us about the health of the pension fund over the last year? And, this is a almost $17 million hit to it, so I just want to make sure that we're healthy.
Yes, ma'am, I will. I'm going to read to you from the City of Memphis Retirement System Funding Valuation for Plan Year ending June 30th, 2026. This is the latest document that was provided by our actuarial group, which is PricewaterhouseCoopers. This was provided in April of 2025. Yes, sir. But it was before the 3% increase. So as I go through to the point of the question, we're looking at the funded percentage for our pension fund. The actuarial value of assets at that time was $2.6 billion. The unfunded actuarial liability, which would be what we would be concerned with if we were to Granicola is 542, roughly 543 million. And the funding percentage is 82.8% as of this report, which, I mean, the higher the funding percentage, clearly the better off you are, but this is considered an adequate funding percentage. And of course, this would be roughly a $16.5 million hit, to your point, Councilwoman. So we saw that as being a viable option.
Okay, I just, it's so important, and I know that from my experience on the other side of the street, you're having pension meetings every week, and you're looking at what we're invested in and making sure that we're diversified and, properly stable, because the markets right now are up and then down and then up and then down. So I just wanted to make sure, of course, we want to take care of our retirees, people who were former teachers and police officers and clerks and everybody who makes our city run. We want to take care of them in these turbulent times, but because the times are turbulent, I also wanted to make sure that our fund was healthy and could afford this. So thank you for looking into that, and I really do appreciate the work of HR and what they do with ACRE and other retirees to make sure that they are taken care of. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chief Person, before we go to Councilman Carlisle and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, does this need to have same night minutes? Just ask them.
Well, I'll actually defer to HR. I will say this: the sooner it's approved, the sooner they will receive it. And so, just from an anecdotal standpoint, when I was at church, I attend church with several retirees, and so needless to say, my popularity has grown.
So you needed to be saying 9 minutes. Okay.
With the word on the street of, oh, we're going to get a bonus this year. So I'd say that from the standpoint of the sooner it's approved, the sooner that it can be actualized and processed. But I defer to HR.
Yeah.
It needs to be.
Yes. We're trying to pay it on August 30th.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's good to know. Councilman Carlisle.
That's a fair question. That's a good question. So look, it's hard to follow these numbers. I have that report as the member who sits on the pension board on behalf of the council. It's been 70 days since I've seen it. Hard to follow nine and 10 figure numbers verbally, right?
Yes, sir.
So I guess my guess is this is going to pass. So I'll keep my comments brief. I agree with everything that Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington said. I know that many members have supported, whether it's been COLA or bonuses since we got on here or through COVID, et cetera. The work that retirees do, I could say all of the things. Let's just go ahead and acknowledge that I've said those things, all the good things. Here's where we're at. So just real quick for everyone, on our pension, just so you know, we meet quarterly. It's smoothed out over a 5-year smoothing period. So when the market has volatility and goes up 1 week and down 1 week, we don't get a phone call from Price Waterhouse saying you got to put in an extra $50. We look at the smoothing average. I will tell you that based on the uncertainty in the marketplace going forward, which is called the VIX, the market volatility index, and where we are, it is very likely that when we get our report, probably mid-year this year, there will be an outsized year-over-year increase to the ADC just due to performance of the marketplace. On top of that, when we approved the 3% across the board increases for all general fund employees, and that may be across all. I don't know if certain funds can contribute to the pension fund, which I'm going to learn here in a minute. But let's just stay with the general fund. We have to pick up that 3% out of the general fund to pay their current salaries, and then whatever the increase in their ADC is going to be year over year, plus the market volatility and inflation. So my question to you is are you and the mayor prepared to stand behind, not knowing the answer to this question, because there's no way you could, unless you've already talked to Price, which I hope you have, to stand behind the fact that this increase is not going to require any incremental funding in the next 2 years from the general fund if we were not to bring it out, meaning you're taking $17 million out. If we were going to have, let's say we were going to have a market-based increase of $15 million based on just sheer parameters in the increase, I could pay for that out of this money. Or I'm gonna have to come up with another $15 million. You get where I'm going with this? Are you prepared to stand behind this $17 million slug out of the fund and say that we are not gonna have to draw down a single nickel in fiscal year 27 out of the general fund. And I want to be clear about this so we're not talking around each other. I am aware that we are going to have some surplus cash based on debt relief. What I'm talking about is what we would call a year-over-year comparison. I do not want to shoot ourselves in the foot. The first meeting out of a raucous budget season, when we kept talking about every incremental dollar, you can go back to the general fund. I recognize that today that this money is coming out of the pension fund. When that money goes out and Price Waterhouse says you got to put more in, it comes from the general fund. So, to the administration, if you're willing to stand behind that, I would like a pinned letters from the mayor and you saying that you understand that risk and you can insert it in tonight's same night minutes. If not, I suggest you take 2 weeks and talk to your Price Waterhouse team and make sure. No, right? What? I'm speaking. I'd like to see it. It's a reasonable question from the budget chairman. What's our fund balance right now?
Our fund balance at the moment is just over $100 million. Just over.
Just over, and we're about to draw down on that, correct?
It is a strong likelihood. Now, I will say this, based on what we're looking at for year-end, and it's preliminary because we haven't finished our year-end close, we have seen a break-even point. We've reached a break-even point for FY25. With that being said, if things hold steady through August 31st, we should see no additional drawdown of fund balance. I'm cautiously optimistic about that.
And so to my point is, I may be a no vote, but I'm definitely going to get it on the record so that when this thing comes back to bite us in the ass, I can say at least I raised the issue. With that, I'll yield the floor.
Well, yes, sir, and I will say this, I won't speak for the mayor, he just left, but I will speak for me. I'm not going to commit to you anything related to market conditions. If I could, I wouldn't be talking to you, I would be investing. So I can't make that commitment that you requested, but what I can say is this is a viable opportunity based on current status. We did do some preliminary work when we were investigating various compensation scenarios for police and fire during the budget season. So I did speak to PricewaterhouseCoopers in May and I would say early June related to some of those pricing scenarios.
Yeah.
So we did get a good feel for for roughly where we'll land. But to your point, the market volatility, the tariff environment, even for that matter, basically the state interest rate. All of these are factors that could impact
the state screwed us on the discount rate.
Right.
Kills us.
And so if the state lowers their discount rate, that could have a very adverse impact.
They lowered it 50 basis points 3 years ago, and it cost us $4 million year over year that year. So look, I need to move this along, but here's my issues. I'll support the body in the sense that everything that Vice Chairwoman Surgeon Washington said, I agree. I just right now, let me say it this way. I asked somebody the other day when I was dealing with a parenting issue, how to deal with it, and they said hard decisions now, easy decisions later. Now, you could say the hard decision is to do the bonuses and figure out how to pay for it later, and that's fine. That's agree to disagree, but I'm going to move on. I'm not comfortable today moving forward. However, I'm not going to object to it moving forward. I'm probably likely to abstain because I just haven't had the time to personally look at it. So that's where I'm going to leave it for me, and I'll yield the floor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman, for your comments. They are heard. They are heard. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then lastly, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, for those comments and the insight. And as you say, the impact of the market and the volatility of it, we're in a climate where a lot of things are uncertain and a lot of things and a lot of moving parts. We sit here and we raise registration fees. What I'm seeing my constituents, and I'm hearing from them, when I go in there to pay to $168 for money they didn't have and didn't calculate into their budget. Taxes, public works, a lot of things have increased. I totally and concur with what you said as well, Councilwoman Surgeon Washington. But in this climate and where we are, and we know there's never enough money, there's never enough raises, there's never enough this, and there's never enough that. But however, I concur with Councilman Carlisle, but I'm going to vote yes, because guess what? Every day is a different day. We're in a climate of uncertainties, and they've worked hard, and they're sitting there trying to do the best they can to live. And like every other decision, hard decision that we make here, we just have to eat the bullet whenever it comes. And some kind of way, Memphis always seems to bounce back. And we always seem to not completely drown. But the fact is, what he said is what he said. But my vote will be a yes. Thank you for the hard work, HR, that you've done. I know that's very difficult. Your popularity numbers will go up. So good for you. But just seeing them and hearing them, and when you're out in the public and you see the retirees, and you're that lady that's always talking. Are we gonna get our money? And I understand that. And sometimes we don't understand the back door. That's why we have someone like Carlisle sitting on the pension board, and he looks at the numbers and he comes back. And you and him go back and forth. But thank you for all the hard work. And my vote will be yes for the retirees. And we'll suffer the consequences later. We always do. Yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I always appreciate my colleagues' input because he understands it. We all lean into each other for our expertise, and this is what he does. And I appreciate that because we're all very inspirational. We want to see everybody do good, but as a city, I want to see us as a city do well and make sure that we're okay. I heard you all say that there's going to be a marker or of some kind in August. Can you expound on that and let me know what would happen if we waited until that time to see where it's going?
Yes. So what I was referring to is basically our trial balance. So it's kind of getting into the minutia of accounting for the city. So we've reached the end of FY25. We're now in FY26. The state allows us 60 days to get what we call our final trial balance to our auditors. Yeah. At that point, we start getting into what I colloquially term ACFR season, or the annual comprehensive financial report. And so we start to do that process. But that final trial balance locks us in, and I'm not going to say it's 100% because we do have adjusting entries from time to time. But that locks us into what is substantially our final report on what happens in 25. That gives us a chance to wash out all the late arriving invoices, all the oops, I forgot, or oh, we didn't see this type of activity that happens in the various divisions. So we have some final numbers that we can then report to the public. At that point, I can tell the councilman as well as this body exactly where our fund balance ended up for FY25. Right now, I'm giving you estimates because it's still fluid. We're so close to the end of the fiscal year. So that's the marker.
So what would be the difference in waiting until we're certain at that time than doing it now? So you're talking about, 30 days?
Yes, ma'am. I think speaking to the point that the HR chief made, I think the biggest thing is it would not make it on that August payroll. If you were to wait till the end of August, it would be on a September, maybe October payroll.
Okay, and what would that do? I mean, you're saying that to say what?
Well, I was just answering your question, ma'am.
Oh, you're just saying it wouldn't make a difference other than it just delay it a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. I was just trying to answer your question.
Okay, but at that point, we would be more certain as to where we are financially, which is what we're supposed to do as council members as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you would be certain?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I would like to see us hold off.
You recommending or you moving?
I would like to I would like to amend it so that the date would reflect the August date.
She wants to make sure.
You want to just motion a hold? So you want to amend amend their resolution
to reflect
so that they can pay them on August 30th.
In August, yes.
August what?
Well, August what?
End of August is when we're required by the state to have our trial balance up. So by the end of August, and of course, maybe slightly before, we will know exactly where we will end up.
So September 1st.
Can you give a proposed date, Chief Person?
September 1st.
Sure.
Okay. Will that work?
Mm-hmm.
Will that work for you as well?
I'm not opposed to
that.
Okay. But you want to keep the same 9 minutes. You just want to amend the date to September 1st.
What would the payroll be?
It
would either be paid on September 15th or 30th.
Yeah.
When do we meet on September? Or, it doesn't matter, because it's already done. The trigger's done, yeah, it's effective now. Yeah.
They were only gonna do it in August anyway.
Yeah,
so that's not.
that works for me.
Are you good with having
September 1st?
changes?
Okay.
Okay.
So we can bring back the amended resolution if we need to.
Do you want to bring it back?
I mean, today, later on today, we can.
If so, you want to see it again
Yes.
today, but keep
That
saying 9
amended
minutes.
date. Yes.
Okay, Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think if I'm hearing this, is we got a deal here to basically for the council to greenlight the administration to move forward and prepare so that when the CFO in his discretion, which he has to suffer the consequences for, I think is really where the accountability factor is that Walter, the chief person, is going to basically acknowledge that he feels like the pension fund is in good. The trial balances and the fund are in good working, I'm using good working order out of context. Anyway, they're in a good place. And if that's good to go, the council has then already authorized him to and Fonda to disperse funding to the retirees. And I think basically what we're saying is we'll proceed. You have to check one more time when the trial balances are complete. And if the fund's in good working order, disperse, and you should be able to disperse by the 15th because you should have the file already set, right?
Yeah.
It may change the number of retirees that receive the bonus, and then it may also change the amount.
Right, people retiring between now and then.
Right.
But
So
here's
it
the deal:
may-
I can set the effective date today, and I can set the dispersal date for September 1.
Because it may end up changing the amount
So
to
here-
stay within the 16.
Not if you-
All right, I'm going to make a
Set it for
second
today.
motion. Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to set the
Dispersal
effective
date.
date from a personnel standpoint today. So all retirees as of today,
Yeah.
with a dispersal date September 1, no earlier than September 1.
No earlier.
No earlier than September 1. And if I just ask either Chairwoman's team or my team to add or Brown to just add language that basically a recital that says at the discretion of the chief financial officer. Yeah, thank you, Attorney Wade.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you for letting me hop in there.
By this afternoon. Okay, so Councilman
Yeah,
Carlisle and
that's it.
Councilwoman Logan,
Yeah.
you're
I'm good with that.
okay. Any comments or objections?
Can
All right.
I make one more just statement? It's one sentence.
Yep.
Just to all of us, as we cycle into these last two budget seasons, yes, only two left. I know you're all devastated of this term. This is a great opportunity to point out how we go about wage negotiation and the impacts that they have downline on our general fund via the pension contribution. And we talk about total economic package. This is a big sticking point for me because benefits cost us cash, wages cost us cash, the pension costs us cash. As we spend the next year kind of reflecting on labor and how we've done things, let this marinate when we do raises. That this is what I would call the tail whip. So you have the salary, I make $10 more an hour, and then you have the pension side, which we don't know until about 8 months after. So this is a great moment to point that out. Fair?
Very fair.
Okay.
Very fair.
And I also wanted to add that I think all of us up here is pro-labor. And, we want to have a healthy economy. We want everyone to, be whole financially. But we also have a responsibility to the entire city of Memphis, making certain that we are sound, fiscally sound, and, just as much passion as I have for our citizens and our employees, I also want to make sure that from sitting on this seat, we didn't help to bankrupt the city or do anything that's going to negatively, adversely affect our financial status. And we've seen the volatility, we've seen the transition and the changes, and we don't want to just give a blind eye to it. I know I don't, even though I want to help. I think if we do it strategically, like we're doing now, we can still be a benefit to all of the citizens, as well as making sure we're responsible as well. So I did want to say that for the public, because I don't want to get a lot of emails saying why we didn't do it now, but everybody will be, you just never know. When there was like the disaster in Texas and, praying for all of those people that lost lives, but they have to clean the city up. And then sometimes you have to wait on FEMA. So there's money, we want to make sure that we have things to take care of people in times of emergencies and those things. Nobody thinks about that when they're getting a bonus. Everybody happy about the bonus, but then we have to clean up and then we have to make sure that we can provide for the citizens in times like this. So it's a, holistic approach to all of it. And I hope we all understand that during this time, we have to be a little bit more careful and cautious. So I'm glad that we were able to do both at this juncture. Thank you for being a part of making that happen too.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. So Ms. Brianna will make those changes and have that downstairs. So with that, and we'll see that as amended downstairs, I'm going to ask for a voice vote to send this down with no recommendation for same night minutes. And then we'll be able to discuss the amended version downstairs. Any objection? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. The ayes have it. This goes down with no recommendation for same night minutes. Colleagues, seeing we are way behind with no more business, this committee is adjourned.
resolution outlining procedures for monthly reporting related to the transit to the Memphis City Council, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. You had the floor.
Thank you. I move this, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. If I could have a second.
Second? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this is just a resolution to bring more procedures to the monthly cash controls and reporting. We've had a lot of discussions, so I won't belabor the point. One thing I would like to do, Mr. Chairman, is add a friendly amendment. Since we are moving tomorrow's meeting in order to mirror that date, if I could move to amend the dates in this document, specifically in section 1, July 25 shall become August 2025, and thereon throughout the document as necessary. And reports shall start at the first council meeting. It's going to change from second to first council meeting in August. Thank you. And if that can be as friendly. And then I will say also, there is no same night minutes. So for all the attorneys in the room, please take a peek at the document. All suggestions are welcome for better reporting and transparency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You all good? All right. We got a motion and a second. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Thank you. Second is an ordinance to amend ordinance number 5830, an ordinance to establish funding dedicated to transit and mobility. All council district, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, I'll move this item to the floor if there's a second.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you and I, with Chief McGowan and Mayor Strickland and the members of this body led a first ever transit vision funding where we rolled a cent off. Well, first we proposed a different structure, and then the mayor came back and we used Fund 245 to fund pre-K, fully fund universal needs-based pre-K, and traded cents rolling off pilot funds in order to fund transit vision. That's how the fund was established. I would like to put just a few more controls on that funding. This does nothing to harm the funding. This actually brings more, I think, visibility to what's in the fund, to what's coming in, from who it's coming in. So I'd ask that everybody be supportive of this. And again, this will take 3 readings. I would ask, however, that this go down tonight for its first reading, without objection.
Without objection?
And if any members would like to sponsor either the resolution or the amendment to the ordinance, feel free to hop on. I'm happy to have the transfer, any sponsor, or any vernacular.
Put me down. All right. Okay, everybody. You got
Sponsor.
anyone would not like to be added? All council, there you go. We got to be one body. Okay. All right, now everybody in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, ayes have it.
Aye.
All right. If there's no further business, we adjourn. Thank you.
ready? There they are. Yeah, I made it. All right, let's go. Good afternoon. It is 1:05 p.m. Tuesday, July 8th, and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Mauricio, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Walker, Vice Chair Swearengin Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
Present.
Councilwoman White,
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
Present. The chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on today's agenda. Before we do that, we're going to take a moment of privilege here. We've got some special guests in the room. I know we've got some city council interns, and I believe Chief Gibson has some players here as well. Chief Gibson, we're going to introduce our friends that have joined us. If you'll press the button there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have several interns. The mayor launched an sort of an inaugural Legal Pathways program, internship program for the summer. It's a part of the desire to expose our young students, high school, college students, to different career pathways, and whether you think the law is a good pathway or not. I am. Right. At least this gives them an opportunity to be immersed in the practice of law for the summer. And so I wanted to give them an opportunity to stand up and introduce themselves, if that's okay, with the council really quickly.
You got to project for the judge. Well, welcome. We also, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to keep going down the line with more. Yes. If we have our 4 city council interns, just keep going. Or did I miss one? He's stuck in the back. All right. Spartan in the house. All right, team city council. Glad you're here. Chief Gibson, if you want to start, and then I'll wrap us up. Do you have any more comments here?
No, I just wanted to say that we're going to keep this program going every year. Very excited about it. Make it bigger. I think I had a total of rolling 15 interns off and on this summer. I'm make it as big as possible. I think our kids got to be exposed.
I couldn't agree more. Hope not only did you guys get good exposure and good experience, but you remember where you came from, and hopefully we can get you to come back when you finish. Bringing talent back to the city is one of the most important things that we can have, and so very proud of all of you. Thank you for your time and your service, and hopefully you find the inspiration that we do here. Wish you guys a best and cool summer as the heat gets turned up in the room. Dad joke. All right, here we go. Guys, we have one item on today's agenda. I'm going to read it into the record. We're going to move it, and then I'm going to recognize the mayor to open us up for comments, and then we'll kind of go from there. So here's what we got. Item number 1, an ordinance providing the allocation of lawfully available funds of the city in an amount equal to a portion of property tax revenue collected by the city on certain artificial intelligence property to certain public purposes within those areas of the city affected by the development, use, and operation of such property. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and second?
Moved by Ford, seconded by White and Swearingen, Washington. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Honored to be here with you all. And as you know, there's been a lot of conversation around XAI, and I understand why. When something that is new and unfamiliar and it comes to your city, especially at this scale, people have a lot of questions. People want to be heard, and there are concerns. I've said from day one that my goal is to make sure that we are promoting the health and safety of our people and the well-being of our community, and figuring out how we can turn this project into a win-win for our city and for the immediate community around it. Not just welcoming the innovation, but really making sure that it works for the people of our community. So I wanted to kick this off, and I asked the chair, he allowed me to do this, but we've been having some conversations with community members for the past few weeks, and really having more in-depth conversations and dialogues leading up to today. And I wanted to ask the president of the Boxtown Neighborhood Association just to come up and say a few words just to give a little bit of context. I know we don't typically do this. Thank you for the mayoral privilege.
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to ask her to say a few words, and then I'll close us out once she finishes.
Yes, ma'am. If you'll come sit down right here next to Chief Person, he doesn't bite.
And this is Miss Barbara Britton.
Miss Britton, if you'll when you get settled in, if you'll give us your name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours, and you take as much time as you need.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Barbara Britton. I live at 3529 Boxtown Road. I'm the president of the Boxtown Neighborhood Association and a lifelong resident of the historical Boxtown community. This community was established in 1863 by strong, remarkable, exceptional people with exceptional talents, seeking a better life. Many of those people settled in Boxtown migrated from Mississippi and Middle Tennessee. And lumber that was left over from the railroad was used to build the first houses in the Boxtown community. We were bordered on the south by Shelby Drive, and on the east by the railroad, and the north by Riverport Road, and on the west by Boxtown Road. We're the proud home of the Chucalissa Indian Village. We have a strong history of Native Americans and blacks living together in peace and harmony for many years. We're also the proud home of Thomas Oscar Fuller State Park, T.O. Fuller, some of you know it as, which was established in 1938 as the Shelby County Negro State Park, which was the first park built for African Americans east of the Mississippi River and sits on 1,100 acres of land. There are those that may want to label our community as the path of least resistance or the land of broken promises. We accept no labels. What we want you to know is that we are the strong descendants of those remarkable, exceptional people with extraordinary talents. And we are striving to build a better today for our current residents and an even better tomorrow for our future residents. With your support and the allocation of the proposed funds, we can realize the fruition of our goals.
Ms. Britton, I've been here for a minute, and I have to say that was one of the most concise, well-delivered remarks I've seen here in a very, very long time, and they are much appreciated. I'll defer to Councilman Ford, your representative, if he wants to make any remarks or say anything.
She know I know she's great. She takes care of Boxtown. And not only Boxtown, all the little surrounding little areas part, okay? And Westwood, I'm including, Indian Hills and all of those. Hey, everybody, hey, you great. And we got the mothers, and then I see Reverend Watkins out there, and then the other. All right? Yep, I see quite a few of them. All y'all ministers stand up for a minute.
There it is.
That's all right. Now Westwood, stand up back there. All Westwood. There you go.
Well, thank you for your comments here. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Big Commissioner, Mr. Chilton, stand up there. Yeah. Let them all around.
Well, thank you for your comments. And again, I'll make a general comment that I'll give back to the mayor, which is it's always nice to see people engage in their neighborhoods with a specific mission and purpose, and to come down and engage at City Hall. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Britton, thank you for those remarks. And one of the things that I've heard since we've gotten on this journey You know, we talk about the health impacts, and once we move away from the health impacts and we understand the safety that exists for the community, then the question becomes, how do you ensure that the community that is most adjacent to the project gets a direct benefit from the project being in their community? We are excited today because we are presenting the first of its kind. This has never been done before. An ordinance that I like to refer to as a community benefit ordinance. And what this ordinance does is it flips the incentive programs that we traditionally know on its head. Traditionally, when a major project comes to our community, you see them request a pilot, which I support the pilot program, because they bring something good. They bring jobs and economic growth to our community. And when they get those pilots, they would abate 75% of the taxes, and then they would pay 25%. Well, with this ordinance, because these projects are paying, they have set a new precedent for data centers in our community, paying 100% taxes, we have the opportunity to do something different, where 75% of those proceeds can go to the broader community, and have supported us as we have looked to find ways to increase salaries for our employees who work hard every day. This year, they're able to do that as a result of these proceeds, and 75% go in towards that. But 25%, we want to make sure stays right here in this community. And the ordinance that you have applies to the existing facility that's on Powell Lowry Road, as well as the facility that'll be on 2-Lane Road. And as you can see with the image on the screen, the goal is for those dollars to be spent within a 5-mile radius of the sites to ensure that the dollars go into the communities in which they're most adjacent. And the dollars can be used to fund infrastructure improvements, so things like potholes, streets, sidewalks, even adding sidewalks, because there are many areas in this community that don't have sidewalks, including areas around Mitchell High School, where kids are going to school and don't have sidewalks to walk on. It can go towards affordable housing and home repairs, something that's much needed in this community, social services and youth programs. And those are the things that we believe it takes to build a safe, strong, clean, and more life-affirming community. We want this to be what neighborhood investment should look like. Visible, local, life-changing. We want kids to be able to walk to school safely. We want seniors to be able to stay in their homes. And this ordinance is about bringing dignity back to the community, neighborhoods that have been overlooked for far too long. And so we ask you to support this. This is an ordinance where we're going to be able to bring innovation, and it's not coming at the cost of the community, but in service to the community. We want every child growing up within 5 miles of this site to know that they matter, and because their city chose to invest in them. So we're maximizing this moment, maximizing the revenue that this facility generates, and we're maximizing this opportunity to bring generational wealth, safer streets, and stronger neighborhoods. And so lastly, what I will say is, as you know, this is an ordinance, so it takes 3 readings. And so over the next 6 weeks, we plan to launch an online portal for homeowners to be able to request services and repairs directly. Over the next 14 days, and this is using funds that we already have, even aside from this, we want to do one of our Blight Zero initiatives in the community, where we're targeting addressing blights, doing some drain clearing and pothole repairs, just to start the action. Because as we've been having all of this dialogue, I think there's all this anticipation about what's to come. The time is now. The time is now for us to begin taking action. And then the last thing I'll say, we also know that there'll be community who want to give feedback. We're launching a survey online today where people can give feedback on how they believe these dollars should be spent, so we can take that feedback as we bring forth a broader plan for how the first year's dollars would be spent. And we plan to do that each year, where we'll be able to take in that feedback, and as we go through budget season, we can program how we use that 25% specifically for this community. And Chair, I'll stop there and turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You caught me there for a second. I was in the middle of a thought with my colleague. Thank you. I've got Councilwoman White in Swearingen, Washington in the queue.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and thank you, Mayor and welcome to all of our illustrious guests. It's so wonderful to see all of you all here today. I like this idea. The only thing that I would ask, and we can have more discussions about it, not today, but what I would like to see is, of course, community input, but not just from the standpoint of surveys. One of the things that I have been pushing towards, and I hope that we can get with the administration to do, is something similar for each neighborhood with the joint office, that we're able to equip neighborhoods with the toolkits to be able to meet on a regular basis, to be able to determine what they want to see in their neighborhoods. And then we're able to make those investments with CIP dollars or other dollars to say, hey, they've come together, the neighborhood has come together, these are the projects that they want to advance. And each year we put millions of dollars. These are your millions in this neighborhood, this is your millions for 38109, and here are your ideas that you said, and this is what it's going to go to. Because the thing is, the money is great, but we have to be intentional and have a purpose as we use it. Because we know very well you can have more money, you can just spend more money, you can spend a little here, spend a little there, and not ever see the true impact of it. Right. And what we see right now is a lot of, we always talk about silos, but I don't see, when I have a lot of community, or what I've seen, and my council members may agree or disagree, is that we often see people come down and tell us what they don't want in their neighborhoods. And I don't think that we adequately assist or provide the guidance to help neighborhoods figure out what they do want. And I think that the joint office could really be instrumental in that. I don't know if anybody's in here from the new joint office, but I believe that would be a great initiative for them to start, to be able to assist neighborhoods in how often to meet, help them develop agendas, help them to do research, and just equip them with what they need to be able to say to the administration or to the council, here's the money we need and this is why. And so I think it's a great start, but I just want to make sure that it's not a collection of money that is not, doesn't have a purpose and is not spent intentionally and strategically.
Right. Thank you for that. I think those are great points. And one thing that I neglected to say is that in this first year, we literally just finished doing engagement around Memphis 3.0 in that portion of the city. And so that feedback is certainly going to be used as a part of this. And one of the things that we did when I was at HCD many years ago, we started a community coalition program, and we piloted in Binghamton, Orange Mound, and there was one more other community. And it was doing exactly what you talked about, where we were getting feedback on a regular basis. And I think that's the start of something that could help the joint office kick that off. So thank you for that. All right.
Sorry, I'm going to put that on the record. Councilwoman White volunteered herself to sit on that. So we're good. We're set. Set there. Councilwoman, are you finished with your questions?
Oh, that's all I have. Thank you,
awesome. Vice Chair Swearingen Washington, then Councilwoman Walker and Cooper Sutton. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, I think this is a fantastic idea. I wanted to suggest, I see that it has a 5-mile radius and it's so very close to the Memphis International Airport. I would say 6 miles so that we could cover the area that leads to the airport. Those roads are just horrible. We want it to be welcoming to tourists and people that are coming to our city, and just that surrounding area. If we could go another mile, it would be so helpful. Just consider it.
Considered, yes. I will say that we thought long and hard about this, the distance, and I 200% agree with you on the airport and what is needed there. I just think that we need to fund it using some of our existing funds through CIP where they exist, and we're also talking to the airport about their potential partnership in using some of their dollars to support it. But the 6 mile just starts to get a little bit further away from the facility, so we tried to make it as tight as we could, but we definitely will still consider it. And as you know, it takes 2 more readings after this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that. I think it's an interesting point, fair point. I'm cool to move forward with the radius, but seeing that it goes into the state of the Arkansas, I mean, obviously I get the general real estate point. My point is it would be interesting with all the interns we have and even in our Innovate group, I'd be really interested to see if we couldn't utilize the U of M or somebody to do a GIS and draw an actual boundary. Now, I know that can get a little dicey politically, but...
We definitely will draw the boundary. Our planning department can do that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay.
So just to clarify what we're really just saying is eventually we will, this is to get the discussion going, and we're going to tighten this thing down almost like we draw a TIF.
Correct. You'll see the street boundary and you'll know if you're in or out.
So I think
Hopefully some of Airways is included.
I figured you were going to come back.
It's horrible. It's your district too.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Surgeon Washington. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did have a question about the boundary, but I'm going to do that one second. So just for clarity, and I'm looking at the ordinance here. So at the bottom, I guess stanza number 6, moving over to the top of the next page, page 2, number 7. So is this stating that the city council will determine how these funds are spent? If not, who will be determining how the funds are spent?
I mean, the city council ultimately will approve the budget, which outlines how these dollars are spent.
Yeah,
yes.
if you go to, I'm not hopping, if you go to section I, subsection D, or I'm sorry, section 2D. In section 2D, it says, so appropriated in any year shall be used and expended under the direction and control of council, as provided herein to the terms, et cetera. I think that covers you. We can have Alan double check.
Yeah, this is fine. Thank you for that. Thank you both. And so my next question, located in the city of Memphis, and then right here at the bottom, we have State Line Road, and the circle comes below State Line, but I know that section is green and the section in Memphis is blue. So when we say 5-mile radius, I'm speaking, this question is respect to the 2-lane location.
Yeah.
At the top of this, at the top here, is this 5 miles from the 2-lane location, or is this 2.5 miles? And the other, is this 2.5
it's
miles?
5.
Radius,
It's 5 miles. It's 5 from the site to the top of the circle.
Going north.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Good question.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
And of course, the areas that are not in the city of Memphis are not getting
Certainly.
funding.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. That was my question as far as 2-lane as well. And another question that had been answered, the radius part, how do you determine that? The other part that I want to make sure of is, you talked about potholes. That should be not even dealing with this type of money. That should be done anyways with the city finances. That's just part of what we should be doing anyway. Secondly, the health part of it. I didn't hear anything about the health part of it. And with the history of the toxins and the air pollution that we know that has been going on for decades in Boxtown and in other areas in this city, because Boxtown air is everybody's air. We all breathe the same entire air for pollution. Educational-wise, our upcoming young adults, young students that are coming up, STEM schools, teaching them, equipping them to get ready for this aggression that's coming, AI, it's here. And so there's nothing we can do about it because we've opened up our portals here in Memphis for these things to come here, and they are moving aggressively, and we see that. But we need to make sure that our students are well-equipped, taught, understand, and so I would like to see that as well. I didn't hear you say that. There was, and I'm almost finished, and also I think when I talked to Ms. Britton, they talked about a healthcare center that's no longer there. How do you determine that? How do you determine these funds? How do you determine how long they're going to last? Because people health is a lifetime thing. So how do we determine? I just need you just to, and we can do it offline. How do you determine that? How do you determine when we stop funding? 5 years. And the generations that come behind that. You talked about generational wealth. How do we create generational wealth? We don't create it just by doing potholes, but we have to educate. We have to make sure they have the proper tools to understand what's going on, because this is moving aggressively. We understand their houses. We understand the condition of their houses and all of that stuff. But however, they have children, their grandchildren, their nieces and their nephews. And so how do we continue to make that safe since we have opened up the portals for AI to be welcome in our city, and it's aggressively going across the United States? So how do we safeguard? What are the rails to make sure that this just didn't do for 5 years, that this is a continual thing from a lifetime?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very, very strong points. And I will say that I intentionally did not go too deep into the healthcare side because I know there's been a lot of debate over turbines and the health impact, and we've done studies. And I think that from the perspective of the health, my goal is to let the experts do the educating and us politicians learn from the experts. We need more expertise at the table that's talking directly to what the air actually is. That's why we went out and we did the testing. And the biggest takeaway from the testing, while it showed that there was not, on those days that it was tested, there was no dangerous levels of emissions. The biggest thing was that the air in downtown and the air in Boxtown and the air in Whitehaven were at the same levels. And so air quality is a regional thing. It's not just isolated to one community. And I think that's the biggest takeaway. So as we look at strategies, we need to think about broader strategies on how to improve air quality overall. With regards to the potholes, you're absolutely right. This is not the money for potholes. Like, we need to be doing that anyway. When I talked about it, I was talking about within 14 days, these are things that we want to do in the community to show action. And then the last point around how long does it last? The ordinance was written with, we didn't put a time specification on it. We said that we want to invest at least $100 million into this community. And at that point in time, the city council will assess whether they reissue the ordinance. So the council will have the opportunity to re-up it after $100 million have been invested in this community.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll discuss some other things offline.
Thank you.
Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Green, and then I've got Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. I echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Cooper Sutton when it comes to potholes, streets, et cetera. When I first heard about this during budget time, that's what I was told that a lot of this money would go for. And my exact sentiment was, we already have that in our CIP budget, so it should not be used for that. The addition of sidewalks, I understand for safety reasons, those are necessary. I'm not sure how MSCS feels about it around their schools and their property. I do know from my work on the county side, real estate with MSCS, and those negotiations are difficult. So I wish you luck, Attorney Gibson. I also do know we have an affordable housing fund that we fully funded this year. And again, not that we can't do more, but if we're already have it in our budget, we need to make sure this is going to new and different initiatives, just to echo what Councilwoman Cooper Sutton said. There was pothole streets, I was writing them down, sidewalks, affordable housing, and then you said something else. I didn't catch the last one.
Social services and youth programs.
So I'm very interested in that. Again, we do have some of that already, and I definitely think we need to invest in our youth, particularly in these areas. I feel like we need it outlined a little bit better and in more detail. I'm glad there is going to be an online survey, but, and I'm excited to see many community members here today. I do know that there are a few people I don't see in the audience who I know have been very vocal that are representatives of this area. And several of them are watching online. So I would say that it would be best maybe not just to have the one-on-one meetings, but to hold a public meeting. I'm a big believer in don't make a decision about me without me. And we can't selectively get who we want in a room and not hear from the full public. So in addition to your online survey, I would encourage, as we do these 3 readings, a public hearing of some sort with the community. And again, the same with the online portal. we're just dealing with a population that might not necessarily be able to say, this is what I need done to my house, and be able to fill it out without some sort of assistance. So if we do have an online portable and a way for people to do that, perhaps we have a meeting at a community center where we have staff that helps them walk through how to fill out that form. Not everybody's going to be able to do that. We learned that during the pandemic, sending kids home with Zoom assignments. We could have sent them home in Chinese. Not everybody's going to know how to do it. So those are my ideas and feedback as I will dig into this a little deeper. I am excited to see some intentionality around where we invest in Memphis and how we invest in those that are impacted. So I'm looking forward to seeing it fleshed out in a little bit more detail and seeing how we can get more people involved in this process as we make the final decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. And then Councilman Ford, did you want to be in the queue? Yes, sir. All right. Councilman Walker, you have the floor, and then we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Young, you had mentioned, I think it was in your response to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton about that the experts do their job and we get educated from it. One of the things that I have not liked about all of this, and this is me, I'm owning it, that coming from this environmental background that I do and knowing what I do know, which is not comprehensive. It is far from knowing everything. But I am disappointed that more people are not interested in receiving the environmental information, because we need this information moving forward, because the future is here and we don't know what else is coming. And so when the next big thing or new thing comes, where are we going to be in terms of being able to ask the correct questions, the appropriate questions, versus being distracted by who the owner is? So to that, as it relates to education, if a portion of this could be used toward educating the community surrounding environmental concerns and what sustainability means, and green energy, clean energy versus the dirty energy, things like that, I think it would be great if this could include some type of educational component. And then second and lastly, so there's yet another data center being built in the old Fred's building on Getwell, and that's in my district. And you had mentioned that the ordinance at some point, we would have to renew it if we wanted to continue. So should the environmental dynamics change with respect to the first two areas and or possibly the Getwell location, could we revisit the boundaries, or would we do another 5-mile radius of the Getwell location? I'm just kind of thinking in terms of the future in lieu of things possibly changing. But I don't want that location to become hazardous, but it's just a thought.
Right. I'll answer the first, and I would say yes, it definitely can speak towards education. And Tanera, Chief Gibson, I'll ask her to answer around the amendment of boundaries and other properties.
Obviously, the council has the ability to amend an ordinance at any time, so it doesn't have to be when it sunsets at $100 million if that's where we land. There's no mechanism it's not contingent upon any environmental piece. There's particular ordinance if that's something you want to explore for other properties, or I just think that conversation might be a bit above my pay grade, but if that's something we could definitely, I think, lawfully do. If that's the will of the council and then the mayor, then we'll make it happen. But it's just not in there now. But I'm not saying it can't be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Good question. Yeah, I'll piggyback on what the mayor said. The administration has presented an ordinance, and it's now yours to take up and do with it what you like, so long as it follows the law of the land. I will caution, I don't have a strong opinion, and I'm glad we've got several readings to process, like just to kind of think on it. You can make this as specific as you want with 7 votes. You can give it broad framework and come back and get it in play. Obviously, it's going to take time to ramp up the money. I think that's another thing just to be cognizant of. Like, you know, it's not going to be $100 million day one. So some things like that. Whether or not you want to allow indebtedness on it, right? You could put it in a sinking fund. You could drop $10 million in a sinking fund and go borrow against it. I would advise the council to keep a broad framework in mind. The other thing that I would advise the body to consider is I think the boundaries should be looked at probably one more time. I think the corridor around the airport raises an interesting question, but I will say this. In order for this initiative to have its maximum impact, to have a very narrowly defined demonstration zone in which this investment can be made that is measurable, will give us a data set that can be replicable. Lessons learned, good and bad. If you make it too broad and too wide, you won't have much to measure because you'll have too many variables that you can't control. So be very careful about the money grab. And I say that loving all of you in all the districts you represent. But this is located in Southwest Memphis, which has been the longest, one of, if not the longest, oldest series of neighborhoods and industrial heavy uses that have moved investment in infrastructure from the private sector out of it. Now, I know that that's a story that's told all over the city, but I'm going to be quiet because we need to move on. I'm not saying much more valuable information, but be very thoughtful about where these lines and streets go and what the city can get out of it. So I would say to keep it closer to Southwest Memphis than try and expand it out just for the sake of the data. And I know that's a harsh argument to hear, but it could be more valuable than just the investment today, not only for our city, but for others. There are just very, very few cities that have an opportunity like this one. So I'll leave you with that food for thought. And I really appreciated your questions, Councilwoman, about the data center going in Fred's. I think it's a very adept point. Those are all the comments that just my food for thought. I also want to say one more thing, and I've got Councilman Ford maybe in this end. I know I've got Cooper Sutton in the queue. This is an ordinance. This can come back to this committee every week if you wanted to. You don't have to see it until the very end. You can hold it, you can move it. Please, the one thing I will say that because it is a first-time deal, and I'm saying it out loud for myself too. If you have a major significant change, I would run it through our legal team and certainly through the CLO's team or with the administration before we show up and like hit an amendment into left field, because I don't want to waste a lot of energy. And I know you don't either on an idea that was DOA because it wasn't permissible in the first place. But I really like where the discussion's at, because I like that everybody's excited and started to think about what opportunities are out there. So I'm going to be quiet. Hard for me. Councilman Ford, did you want to be in the queue?
Well, you said enough, and the rest of them said enough too.
I probably did.
Well, this is the beginning.
Yes, sir.
It's going to keep spreading. I know this is my district, but it's going to spread to other districts too. Money that we have already, like they kept on talking about paving and all these other things. But if we put something in 9, you know you got a certain amount of money. You can move this money to 4, 3. It's going to keep on spreading. So all of us will have an opportunity to have something. It'll go all the way to Fraser. It'll go everywhere where we want it to go. This is just the beginning. And Mayor, we worked on this, and Chase, we worked on all of this. We had a lot of opposition to it, but this may be the best thing that ever happened to Memphis. We may be able to survive where others couldn't survive. And I'm talking about like Jackson, Mississippi, and all these other places. People, with what we're trying to do, everybody wants it. Mississippi said, hey, we'll move one person out to move you in. Just let us know you coming here. Arkansas, and when we talk about AI, look what happened. We said we wanted to move into Old Fred's. Didn't take a week before West Memphis heard about all the money that they come in, AI. everybody wants our ideas and move on it. But hey, we got to move once we said we want to do these things because everybody else gets it before. That's why we lose out all the time. And then, like I said, this is Memphis, not about South Haven. I'm not about going all the way down to church, all the way really to almost Grenada. That's how people come here. Run you off the road coming here at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and they will run you off the road at 4, 5 o'clock in the evening, going back home, and we miss out, y'all. We don't have much. Hey, we're talking about taxes. We can't keep taxing people to death. We have to have somebody to come in and bring something to this city of Memphis, okay? And as long as we don't give all these ideas, and you know, when I just come back from Mobile, I had to go 55. When I crossed the state line, you see Landers Center. Hell, they getting ready to build a lot of things down there to take away from us. But we got to fool them. Say, you might build it, but we gonna do these things here, and it's gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna give it to South Haven. We got sold out by 2 people. You know, and when I was on the council before, how can you have somebody on the board here that represents South Haven, Mississippi? We had a ball team, okay? Supposed to be in Memphis, but they were in South Haven, Mississippi. How can it be Memphis's team? They got mad at me. Well, hell, get rid of this team. It ain't ours, it's theirs. Y'all know what team I'm talking about. But it was 2 people that kept taking everything away from us. Same thing that they're trying to do over there in West Memphis. I give you $10,000, come move over here. I give it to you. Okay? And you can still work in Memphis. Okay? You just come over here and live. And then you can come on back across the bridge. Okay? I had an issue, and I know we discussed like matter, but put matter over there to bring them back over here to work. Something don't make sense. We're giving everything away. But this is an opportunity for this whole city, not part of the city. This is just the beginning.
Yes, sir.
And I'm glad it's in my district because, hey, we've suffered on that end for a long time. It's time for them to have something, okay?
Well said, Councilman Ford.
Yeah. And I'm through.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well said.
Yeah, you trying to get rid of me.
No.
But you worked hard.
Got us
like
on time, and now I'm behind, and you're going to give me grief. Thank you, Councilman Ford. I appreciate your remarks and your service. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Walker, if you would not mind being brief.
I'm going to be very brief. As I was sitting here and I saw the preacher stand, and we already know, and the Spirit spoke very clearly. In the book of Ecclesiastes, I think it's 10 and 19, it talks about a feast and a party, and money solves everything. But also in John 3 and 16, he said, "Beloved, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in good health, even as thy soul prospereth." So you can't eat that part of it and not chew the other part and swallow it. So it's a whole thing that we got to look at. And as Councilman Carlisle said, you know, $100 million, we haven't gotten it yet. I pray that it works out. I pray that it does. As my grandmother says, who's 96, don't put the cart before the horse. Be very mindful. So I just wanted to share with you all that part. And Chairman, thank you for allowing me that time.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. And it seems fitting to have Councilman Walker bring us home on this subject matter.
All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just want to piggyback on my earlier point about education for the community. My colleague here, Councilwoman Green, mentioned the public meetings and surveys, and I'm for all of that. And I'm sure we can figure out a way to connect with the communities that are, the citizens that are not online, but also within these surveys, especially the public meetings, if there can also be just a few minutes to highlight on some things, to set the tone at the beginning of the meeting, to share some meaningful information. I think these public meetings could be an excellent opportunity for that as well. And the first meeting that I did with MLGW, I really liked the way that meeting went, not because I was a part of it, but because of the tone of the meeting, and everyone was heard. And I would like to think that everyone was respected. And I'm just concerned moving forward. If you want to have a meeting, I'll be there. But the way these meetings have been going and the tone and the atmosphere of the meetings, I just don't think that they have done us a good service. And I'll close on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Sorry, I misplaced myself and again, trying to look something up on the website. I believe, and we're just confirming the link, but the chamber, Councilwoman Cooperson was just telling me the chamber, the Greater Chamber of Memphis is having a 10:30 a.m. informational session. You can register on their website. I'm going to go with gmm.com or some variation. Yeah. Was it today? Oh, it's today? You know what? There's probably, I'm sure there's a video link out there. You can go and watch that meeting, get yourself informed, but to the point, information is key. Thank you, Councilwoman Walker, for those points. Thank you, everybody, for your engagement. I'm going to say this and we're going to vote. If you want this to come back, please send Regal an email. Please don't have it come back without a plan. It's always because we try to plan the days, but because it is such a big deal, if there are things that need to be discussed in committee, obviously my committee, executive, wherever you want it, let us know so that we can inform the mayor, and then please set meetings with the mayor or anybody appropriate. It's not the first time that we've done something like this. It's the first time we've ever structured it this way, and because it's an ordinance, it can be amended, but it can be a lift. So it'd be great to get this as close to right on the front end. With that being said, all those in favor of sending this ordinance down with a favorable recommendation to begin its first reading in 2 weeks, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same rights and privileges. The chair is also an aye. This goes down with a favorable recommendation. Any other business before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
General Service Committee order. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilman Canali, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Logan, Chair Smiley.
All right, we have 3 items on the agenda. It's a lot of talking on this agenda, so we may not get to everything. I would apologize, but not really because we're behind schedule, thanks to Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Logan, you're first up. So a presentation deferred maintenance projects for all parks, all council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, you know, let's go.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that.
Hold up, your mic's not, because I just muted everybody. All right, go ahead.
Now, hi. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here. Just wanted, has been on the agenda for, been put back for a while, but we wanted to go ahead and just take a look at where we are. We know how important parks are in our community, and as we discussed building new community centers and doing different things, I really wanted to just take a look at, holistic look at what we're dealing with in terms of deferred maintenance, so we can begin to put them in put this in perspective. And now that we have a new director,
go ahead.
Now that we have a new director, just kind of, I think this is a good place to start, and just, so I'm looking forward to this presentation so we can have a realistic view of where we are in parks and, you know, as we plan to move forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Councilwoman Logan said she want to know which buildings are broken and how quick can we fix it. Got it. Go ahead.
All right.
And how we'll prioritize.
Yeah.
All right. So Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. What I want to do is kind of bring context and frame this particular conversation, because the deferred maintenance plan not only includes parks, but it includes all other buildings. But I do understand this specific conversation is about parks. So I'll take you back to 2017. 2017, the city endeavored in a facility conditions assessment, in that facility conditions assessment, it kind of gave us a full scope of what's wrong with our buildings, how the buildings are in disrepair, and where do we need to move forward in bringing those buildings up to scale. That facility conditions assessment included the parks locations with the exception of the zoo. So as we move forward into Accelerate Memphis, that plan was used and updated when we decided to replace some of the facilities and the city decided to deal with some of the deferred maintenance. It was never the intent of that entire Accelerate Memphis pot to deal with every facility, but it was to take care of those that were in dire disrepair. So that bringing context moving forward, we'll go back. So Accelerate Memphis, there's $200 million citywide investment, which included about $42 million specifically in the park and recreation area. So this is a breakdown from FY22 through FY25 with respect to those cover lines in parks and those that relate to Accelerate Memphis. There are a few projects like the Red Zone Opportunity Zone, which was a one-time allocation, which is $1 million in that particular fiscal year. So I wanted to make sure that we kind of identify those that should be extracted and not true park projects. Now, you'll see down below General Services major mod. So their major modification is their deferred maintenance. That's what they use, that facility conditions assessment, along with other break-fix items to identify this is what we need to have in for park properties in their budget. Now, this is not their total budget, but this is the portion that's dedicated to parks. So you'll see from FY22 to FY25, what out of their budget was dedicated to park properties. Notwithstanding all of the investments, we still have at least $100 million is still in excess for deferred maintenance. We've made a lot of investments. We've gone a long way, but we still have that. The current maintenance budget is roughly around $35 million, which represents what we have in our property maintenance line. And that's give or take. That's an average. So I think you have Director Jameson and Mr. Spencer here that can kind of talk directly about their current maintenance and their budget with regard to parks, well, just with regard to general services. Now, below are the various community centers. So I have them grouped, and you have work that's been completed since 2022, ongoing work, future priority one. Now, future priority ones are those life safety issues or those issues that will disrupt service. So those are items that are either the system is at end of life, or there is some service interruption that requires continued maintenance. You have priority 2 and priority 3, and I'll let the general services team kind of talk about how those are prioritized. You have out in the notes where there's no money allocated, like for instance, Ed Rice. That particular location was replaced in 2022. You have your senior centers, and you'll see the investment with regard to the senior centers and anticipated work there. Do you have that sheet? Yes, ma'am. And then, of course, you have your aquatic facilities. And then you'll have your golf courses, and there are some miscellaneous properties that receive some investment in and around and that actually need investment. All right, so strategic priorities, immediate and long term. One, we need to fix critical systems. One of the things that we do a great job at is we make things look pretty. We invest in things that we don't necessarily need, but we fail to fix our systems. This is not something that is new. I preached this as Director of General Services and continue to echo that. The budgets will reflect that. And as indicated, the budgets will reflect over time that we have not invested, and this is no different than our fleet. At some point, we do need to invest in our facilities. We have great facilities. People utilize them. And so when they utilize them, there will be some level of disrepair as we come along. So again, we need to modernize our community hubs, which are clubhouses, aquatic centers, golf courses, particularly our clubhouses in the golf courses, splash pads. As just recently, director just came on board, and he and his team had to pivot and deal with the splash pads and some other accessible features to make sure that it is fully inclusive of those with or without disabilities. We need to enhance equitable access. And then, of course, we need to work with general services and parks to come up with a true life cycle budgeting, where we take care of those items that are end of life or reaching end of life, and we share between the two divisions with regard to the budgeting. Current challenges and risk. We do have a large backlog of deferred maintenance. We acknowledge that, and we work through it every day. The men and women do a yeoman's job in making sure that we can continue to provide programs and services. But I think, realistically, we have to start investing back in these facilities. They're key assets. And we need to develop a strategic plan and move forward with that strategic plan in doing so. I'm happy to have this new director here, the prior parks director and team, and Ms. Allen as well. They identified quite a few hubs that we identified and worked through with respect to Accelerate Memphis, but we can't have an Accelerate Memphis every year. So we need to now come with a different approach, and I think that this director will provide that leadership as we move forward. There is an operational deficit. where you have golf courses and centers that require ongoing subsidies. So we have to decide for those managed partners, for those that charge fees and revenues, are we going to take those revenues and reinvest in that facility, or are we going to drop it to the bottom line of the general fund? I'll just leave it there. And then, of course, we have to address community skepticism. Community skepticism is just creating a concern and prioritization over shiny versus systemic projects. Now, one thing is important. Our playgrounds were not included in this because playgrounds come specifically under the parks budget. And a lot of times you see the parks cover line. So that's what the parks cover line is used a lot of times for the playgrounds budget. Now, that concludes this part of the conversation. I'm open to, next steps. All right, quantify that backlog. So with this, with that investment from Accelerate Memphis, where are we now? What needs to be tackled next? As we bring on alternate sites, or we bring on new sites, what does that do to our deferred maintenance, and how do we take care of it? Next, true dedicated maintenance funding. We got to have a stream in which we do so. If you have a revenue generating entity, why can't that money go back to the maintenance of that location? Community engagement. I think it was Councilwoman White that mentioned we need to have that engaging conversation, similar to what we do in 3.0. What do you want? Not what don't you want. What is it that you truly want? And let's do that. And we plan on doing that with the Riverfront Development Plan. And then, of course, we need to engage private partners. We have a lot of people that really are interested in the city, want to invest in the city, but they want to make sure that their investment goes to and is utilized in its best light. And so I think we need to engage them as well. So that concludes this part of the presentation. I'm going to open it up for you all to ask questions. You have the Parks Director here, and then you have General Services here.
Thank you for that presentation. I have a few questions. Because of the fact that we have elevated, or just by nature, the parks have been elevated as a place of gathering, place central to community and where most things, communities spark. So we don't have Celebration Station, we don't have Adventure River and all those places. We have, we're Excite and the other ones, all of the ones that come after that. But we do have our parks, and we have placed a lot of programming at the parks. So with that being, that's a place where we know that youth can go hopefully safely and have programming activity. They can go outside, they can still be children. So I do find that it is very important for us and paramount critical at this point for us to invest in our parks and our community centers in these places. So I hear you say, Chief, and I do appreciate you being hands-on as it relates to this need. We've had several conversations. You've spoken with all the council members regarding it. But I feel it's time to put a plan in place. It sounds like you waiting on us and we waiting on you. In terms of the plan, and I know what we have to do. We talked about maintenance. We talked about how we can build the shiny, but we don't put the maintenance plan in place. I don't think we should build the shiny without the maintenance plan and without the enhancement plan, and that being written into our budget where we have FY, that 5-year look, that all should be in there. So I'm more interested in what to do. What are we going to do, not what we should do?
So what we are going to do and what we have been doing, again, it goes back to assessment. You have an assessment of your facilities. We need to update that assessment. And then
so that's number one?
That is number one.
When are we doing that?
We started that in in actually 2027, and it drove the
2027.
Yes, it's not 7.
Excuse me,
2017.
Chief.
Hold on.
Okay, 2017.
Quick pivot. So since this conversation is going to take some bit, item number 3 will be heard on 7/22. Yes, sir. All right, so we only have one other item after this. All right, go ahead. I'm enjoying the dialogue.
So you said we started in 2017?
2017, that's when I provided the then council the facility conditions assessment. And in 2023, I came back with an update at the heel of Mayor Strickland's term to update that. That 2017, along with the Parks Master Plan, drove the Accelerate project. Yes, ma'am. It drove that investment. So now it is, let's update. And then, of course, let's re-engage the community and start dealing with what does this community center need to become. Notwithstanding, you got roof, you got HVAC issues, you got building envelope issues. So we will continue to do that. But the one thing that we, and it's a collective, it's not us waiting on the council or the council waiting on the administration. Collectively, we need to drive that. And this is that approach. In the meantime, to keep the building maintained, you will have general services to continue to update those building systems.
Okay, are we building those critical things like the HVAC, the roof, paving, landscape, because we're talking about park or the grounds, are they built into the budget every year based on your 2017, 2023 update? I hear you say you did one in 2017, and then we had Accelerate Memphis dollars. You went down the critical list on the 2017 assessment with those dollars and took care of all of that. So is that correct?
Go ahead and you can talk about your major mod and your budgeting process.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Melvin Jamerson, General Services, 125 North Main. So annually, we come in and we ask for a budget for CIP. Through those CIP dollars, those are for deferred maintenance projects, normally not new projects, old projects that need to be done, work that needs to be done. Major mod projects, like Chief said, these are going to be jobs such as major HVAC jobs that need to be done. There are roofing jobs that we continually have, old roof jobs that need to be done. We do prioritize things as best we can, but sometimes things come up that have to be repaired because of the need, because of necessity. This is when something happens like a weather event that damages a roof, and that has to be done. That comes out of that same pool of money. So sometimes we don't completely stay on a structured schedule because of things that happen throughout the year. What we try to do is meet on an annual basis with each division to find out what their needs are. We go out and assess those needs through our property maintenance team and through our project management teams, and we decide what needs to be done at each facility.
So what I'm asking, because that's an ongoing thing, like your roof, the HVAC, the roof, and I'm only asking for knowledge sake to understand. I'm not interrogating. I'm not upset. I'm just trying to understand, because I would think that there's going to be some of that on it every single year, because you have you get a new roof, you're going to need a new roof in about 10, 20, and so then all the roofs that we have, all the HVACs that we have should be on a cycle. So we wouldn't have to tell you, or you wouldn't have to, that's just ongoing. And blacktop, when we talk about parks, those should be ongoing. So that's what I'm trying to understand when you say it's a thing that we both got to do together. I don't know what we would do in that, because if you don't write it down.
It's the funding portion, and it is to acknowledge that we need to fund it more. And it is we have to collectively fund these things more. And what we do is, using that same facility conditions assessment, me as a director will come to the director of parks. These are all the items that I see that you need. And the parks director may say, the parks director may say, I need these items fixed because it disrupts operations at another location. And based on the funding that is available.
Okay. I tell you what.
Can I chime in real quick?
Well, I can meet with them.
I know you meet with online, but I do want to note that when Director Walker was here, and I think we were elected in like 2019. He's been saying this consistently, and that's one of the reasons that the council pushed for increased budget for parks is because there's things we just couldn't address. And I think Chief Adams is doing a really good job of being a lawyer, which is trying to lead the client to a certain place. He keeps saying that we have to do a good job of figuring out how we collectively can get there. We're in trouble. We are in our responsibility as it relates to the budget. We ultimately approve the budget. But if we're saying there's another priority, that means when we get the budget back, we have to make it a priority. We make it a priority by putting more funds there, but when we put more funds there, that means funds is coming from somewhere else. That's all he's saying.
What I don't see is where it is in the budget. You know,
We have to take
we
it from
don't
somewhere.
know that X, Y need a new roof or Y need a new roof if there's not something in the budget that says, here are all the deferred maintenance projects that are this year for this budget that we're getting ready to do. We don't see that.
It should be there. Now, since I've been here, I know directly with General Services, all of their projects in the schedule has been in the budget each year, every year. And same thing with the fleet. You will know how many police vehicles. We
know, but HVAC and roofs and all of that. So
it's in there, but I'll make sure
okay,
that
we can get together after this and take a look at it,
Yes,
because I
ma'am.
want to make sure that we're doing our part. But if that's not something that's brought to us and say, hey, here's the deferred maintenance budget for this month. Now, maybe you're putting in there in a different way and we don't see it and may not see the priority or how critical it is because it's in the line with something else. But let's take a look at that so we can prioritize that on an ongoing basis and put on a schedule that we know this is the deferred maintenance budget for 27, 28, 29 or whatever. And we can, and then it has those areas. And, so
Yes, ma'am.
I think we'll both be able to work better together, having an understanding.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like it may be earlier than 23, or it just blurred. Go ahead, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about repairs. So whoever is the best, or whoever all are the best. Okay, Director Jameson. Not throwing you under the bus.
Appreciate you.
Honey, he done found somewhere for these boxes. He the goat round here, as far as I'm concerned. But
We got it.
about repairs.
Yes, ma'am.
After hours, Monday through Friday, and then on the weekend, because I don't know, but if we don't have vendors that can respond after hours through the week and on the weekends, is it possible for us, well, first of all, do we have that?
Yes, we have vendors that will respond, as well as our team members, in-house teams respond to after-hour calls. Mr. Spencer has already started up now with a standby team every weekend, definitely in these summer months, because we get a lot of calls for HVAC issues.
Okay, and then these team members, they are available on the weekends as well?
Yes, ma'am, they are, after hours and on weekends. I think we have them, is it one per craft?
So starting last weekend, we started standby pay for our crafts, our HVAC, electrical, carpentry, and plumbing. So they're on call, standby pay from 3 o'clock on Friday evenings until 7 o'clock Monday morning.
That is wonderful. You may continue.
Monday through Friday, they are called back. It's called callback after they leave, and that's done on overtime, based on overtime rates.
Okay, I have one follow-up. So with respect to plumbing and toilets, let's say we have a place, a property, and it has to wait to the next business day, or it has to wait. Unfortunately, it would have to wait until Monday. Could we establish a relationship with a porta potty vendor for our parks on the weekends, where if for some reason the bathrooms are not working?
Yes, ma'am. We can work on getting a vendor. They have several vendors that the city already uses that we can get porta potties, so we just had to get in contact with them.
Okay, thank you. This is complete for me. I yield the floor.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that point of information, just make sure I'm clear and I heard right, Chief Adams. And there is an example. There's a brand new at Whitehaven Community Center. Trying to give you an example. That new additional part that's been added. What do you?
Banquet hall.
The banquet hall. Thank you, Councilwoman. The banquet hall. Those funds that is paying for that banquet hall, do we have something set up if the air goes out? That beautiful, big, huge kitchen that's in there. Is that fund, can that fund go back and have some funds set aside just in case there's a repair? Do we have something in place? Because we need to be more proactive. I remember sitting here years and years ago, sitting back there, and you were the director, and you talked about deferred maintenance years ago, and we're still here again with deferred maintenance. So I'm just trying to figure out if something like that new place, can we take the fundings that's there that they're paying for the banquet room, and if something happens, do we have money already allocated? Can that happen? Is it happening, or have we thought about that? Because I heard you talk about the management fees.
So you do have limited funds that are set aside for break fix. However, you have an opportunity to allow the division to work with general services to reinvest those revenues. Now, I've been working with Chief Person, and I know that that's probably one of those conversations that we're going to have philosophically as the mayor presents his budget. But there's always an opportunity for those revenues to go back because, one, we're not charging the citizen to make sure that this is a self-sustaining or a surplus gain for the activity, but we are charging a nominal fee to offset cost. So if there's any way that can be reinvested in the facility and or the staff, I think there's that conversation. Chief Person and Chief Person's team and I have been discussing this, and we will come back to you all with how this looks with regard to the budget as well. I think that Chief Person actually introduced something similar to this with regard to Public Works and paving last year when there was a change from the CIP and covering, some paving in Public Works. So again, moving forward, we do want to do so. We understand that we cannot continue to tax and overtax our citizens, but if there is some type of revenue generation, there could be that ability to maintain the facility. It doesn't build new, but it's an opportunity to maintain it as well.
Well, that's what I was asking. It's their money. It's taxpayers' money. It's like having a savings account. If something breaks in my house, I got the money. I'm investing in myself. We're using the banquet room. It's for that community. It's for the public. And whatever little small fee that is there, you can reinvest that. I'm reinvesting in back in what I'm using. So I'm just asking, because this is just Councilwoman Logan, Smiley, all of them been here long before me, and this is just a repeated recycle. And I see you, and you get here, and you say the same thing with an innovative plan to be proactive, and we never move on anything. It's the same thing. It's the same soup warmed over with the same spoon in it. So how do we correct it? How do we put things in place? Thank you.
It's this. I've been saying it since the first time I heard of the deferred maintenance issues within every department in the city. The council has to set priorities. Yeah. Until I've said it consistently when I became chair, until the council decides that it's going to actively participate in the budget process, until the council decides that certain areas need more investment, we're going to continue to see the same similar budgets every
Chief Adams, we have a new director that can help lead that.
Yes, we have a new director.
He cannot lead that. That's not his responsibility. It's our responsibility.
And what needs to be done, and let us know what needs to be done.
It's tricky. It's us.
It's us.
It's
okay, I'll take mine.
It's us.
We will do our part and come to you all with a plan.
Absolutely.
And again, all our plans, we'll make sure that it's informed, again, for you all to consider. It'll be a part of the mayor's budget. So
for us to act on.
Yes, sir, we hear you. And yes, ma'am, we hear you all as well.
It's really looking forward to it. Thank you for
So we are way over. Councilwoman Walker keeps saying this real quick. I believe you. Go ahead.
So the vacant parcel across from David Carnes Park that we purchased last year for parking, what's the status of that?
Marcia Allen, 2599 Avery. We have purchased that property and we are working on securing a vendor to pave some of the spots so we can have parking across the street from this splash pad.
Do you think this will be complete this calendar year?
We are trying to get it. Our paving vendor has a lot of projects going on right now, including things at parks, with general services, and at the zoo. So we are in a list. We are on the list.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you all for having this conversation with us. And with that, we can move on to the next item. All right, discussion of roles and responsibilities. I came back on the right day. Absolutely did not. Within Solid Waste Division, all council districts requested by Madam Vice Chair. Chief Adams, want to stick around for the fun?
Yeah.
All right.
Did you call me?
Absolutely, I called you. It's yours.
Thank you, Chair.
You sure.
We want to get some clarification to see where we are with solid waste. Of the communication that I received from constituents, most of the emails, text messages, and phone calls, stopping at funerals, at the church, in the grocery store, are regarding trash. For some reason, it's my, they hold me up responsible. So I'm needing some clarification of what's going on. It's also disheartening sometimes when you're driving and we're seeing trucks parked. And we just need to get some clarification of who's doing what, who's checking up on who's going behind who. What is the plan? We need to know what is the plan. Our city deserves a clean city. I had a family reunion, and we left. I was going down Goodman Road. It was spotless. But there aren't many streets in Memphis that we can say is spotless. And we're having a program, Owning Your Block, asking community members to, pitch in. And of course, our mindset is going to have to change. But there are some regular trash issues where people are saying their trash hadn't been picked up 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So we just need to know what's going on. And we realize regardless of the trucks or whatever, equipment, who's getting out there with a bag, a broom, and a dustpan or something to make sure that we are giving our community members what we promised. They said they wanted raises, we gave them raises. And we're trying to do as much as we can to support. But we need some help. It's embarrassing. So please let us know what is the plan, and whatever else that we can do to support, we're willing to do it. But we are at a sense and state of urgency. So please help us.
So, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. So again, let me start this conversation. I'll turn it over to Director Davis. But essentially, cleaning up the city, the role and responsibility, to your point, Councilwoman, is all of ours. But with respect to inside of city government, we have the mayor has directed all hands on deck with respect to assisting. This is not necessarily curbside trash. This is just right away cleanup. This is park, so parks. They maintain the parks and the properties in and around the parks. General Services has another set of city-owned facilities in which they take care of as well. What we've asked them to do is expand out so that they can actually pick up in the street, along the street. If you see it, pick it up. And so that is the directive. So when it comes to bulk waste and curbside trash, I'll turn this over to Director Davis, but I wanted you to know that we take it as serious as you, and we have called on all hands on deck to address this issue.
And thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm going to breeze through this because I know we're behind, but some of this is slides you've seen before. This is what we pick up: garbage, recycle, bulk waste. We pick up garbage once a week, recycle once a week, bulk waste on a twice per month schedule. That's how the routes are broken out: 72 routes a day for garbage, 36 routes per day for recyclables and bulk waste. As we've discussed for some time, the challenges that we're currently facing, truck acquisition lead time, 12 to 18 months from when they're ordered to when they're delivered. We don't need to hire the employees for those trucks until they arrive. Additional enforcement is needed. We need behavior change with our customers. We need to identify locations for convenience centers, and the Bellevue transfer station needs to be repaired or replaced. So enough of my problems, my solutions that we're working on. So good news is our first order, the FY25 order of 23 vehicles, are being delivered between now and November. We actually have 2 grapple loaders, 40-yard grapple loaders that are, I got an email yesterday that they're in town and set to be delivered in the next 7 to 10 days. We have a second order of 61 vehicles that will be here in the spring. We'll begin onboarding employees as that equipment comes in. So we expect to hire 50, 60-ish employees in this fiscal year, and then round out the increasing complement as new equipment comes in 27. We've supported the establishment of the new Community Enhancement Division to beef up enforcement. That was the 20 environmental enforcement officers that were funded there. We've taken over the Collins Street Convenience Center as of this weekend and plan a reboot of our Ferrisview Convenience Center this weekend as well. So we'll have both of those staff starting Friday. We are in the process of completing our contract for an approximate $2 million investment in repairs for the Bellevue transfer station, which should begin to bring all 3 of those chutes back online. And we're partnering
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. When you say you are assuming control, what does that mean of Collins?
That means it's been run by Public Works, and so the Solid Waste Division is going to be taking over control of that facility. We're gonna expand the options there. So we're going to be doing more waste diversion, recycling options, as well as just taking stuff that's going to go to the landfill. And we also plan on expanding the operating hours for that facility beyond just the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We want to move that to at least 5 days a week.
So people will know you have somewhere to take your things.
Exactly.
So what will be those days? Because we need everybody to know.
Right now,
they're just dumping everywhere.
Right. Right now, our plan would be Tuesday through Sunday. We're going to look at the data to see how they're utilized, and make a schedule based on utilization.
And they can take it free of charge.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tires included.
Up to 10 tires. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We're also partnering with our labor team to develop a plan to better deploy crews and address our high volume that we're seeing citywide. What can our customers do to help? Obey the ordinances. If you have a contractor at your house, don't leave it at the curb. Have them take it with them. Yard and tree services, same way. They're required to haul off their waste. Don't set out evictions if you're a rental property owner. If you evict somebody, don't put the whole house at the curb. That's against the ordinance too. Don't do that.
Who's following up with those things?
We're partnering with community enhancement and their enforcement team to pursue that enforcement.
Okay. We're going to aggressively pursue that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So keep your carts of bulk waste away from wires and mailboxes and cars. We've had several instances in the past few weeks that I've seen come across my desk where people keep repeatedly calling council, mayor's office saying, hey, you didn't get my stuff, you didn't get my stuff, and I keep getting pictures of the stuff being behind two parked cars.
What do the supervisors do? Are they spot checking? For instance, if you're picking up on Wilson Street or however, is somebody coming behind and say, let me check out Wilson Street to make sure all the carts have been picked up?
Yes, ma'am. So the supervisors and manager both are proceeding behind crews and verifying service delivery.
Do you go behind the supervisors to make sure they're doing it?
We've got layers. So we've got supervisors, and then we've got a management layer that do that.
Somebody's not doing something.
Ma'am.
Somebody's not doing something. We're going to have to spot check.
Yes, ma'am.
Even as a principal, you had to go in those classrooms and make sure teachers are teaching. Right. So you're going to have to make sure that your staff is doing what they're supposed to do because somebody's not doing something.
Yes, ma'am.
Over there by Hamilton Elementary looks ridiculous. Orange Mound. I was so embarrassed. Those areas around Bellevue, Tennis. It's everywhere. It is. Somebody's not doing something. And we need to make some examples, Chief.
I do want to make one comment. Did y'all see the handsome guy with the nice blazer walked in the door? He looked over here and said, y'all slowing around too much. Need to hurry up and get to the next committee. He called the chairman of the Memphis City Council. He said,
we need to have part 2 because this is an emergency.
He'll be all right.
Part 1, part 2, part 3 is like a sermon. Part 1, part 2, part 3.
Okay,
if
so
we run out of time.
So this is what I want to see happen. As I try to get back acclimated to all the things that's happened. I do want y'all to come back. I do want to hear from ASME too. I think we have some other concerns that we have to address, and we just can't do it. Asking the director all these questions because truth of the matter, he's doing the best he can, but we do need to hear from the workers.
Yes.
There was once upon a time there was something called the Blue Food where folks stopped doing the work because of various things that the city administration did. And what I want to make sure is that we do everything we can to put Director Davis in a position to succeed. So with that, I would like to see you back. I know Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And then we're going to close before Councilman Canale removes me from this committee. Greens first and then... Okay, go ahead,
sorry,
Cooper
Green,
Sutton.
go.
No, that's on me.
Oh, tell me?
Somebody got to choose.
Okay, let me go. You tell me. I'm glad that you said that. I would love ASME to come and back and present because there was a discussion we had, I think, a year ago, and I think it's called Bunk Room.
Zone.
That's what it's called?
Zone.
Zone.
Yes,
Bunk Room Zone. And there was some talk we had about that, that should be doing what you councilwoman asking about. And so they need to be present to explain to us about that bunk room process, that zoning, and why it isn't working.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Green. And then we're gonna bid Director Davis adieu.
I think when you come back, again, it's something that I emphasized during budget. Sorry, got some weird feedback. I would like to know how many openings you have right now, how many are posted in anticipation of getting these trucks and equipment online. I think, you and I have had multiple conversations offline because I'm getting the calls too, Vice Chair. And there are some things that I think we can communicate back to the constituents. We had some really heavy rains for about a month and a half. That really put a lot of things behind schedule. We're also at the time of the year where everybody's moving out, moving in, so there's that. So there's a couple of other things that are out of your control. But the number of personnel that you have and the number that show up every day is really important. In addition, I would like to know how much you have left over in your budget, which I believe is the enterprise fund, in vacancy savings from last year, because we did not pass the raise this year or the bonus, and I would like to know how much we still have in there when we talk to AFSCME. So thank you so much. That's all I have.
Know where you going, Councilwoman Green. I like the way you think. All right, so thank you all. At 2:52.
Please call the roll.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Councilman Smiley.
And
with a little
Councilman
energy.
Ford.
I'm ecstatic.
All right. Let the record show that Councilman Edmund Ford Sr. is also here. On our agenda today, agenda item number 1, we have SUP 25-08. The location is 1609 Corning Avenue. There is a request for a 150-foot monopole communications CMCS tower, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second?
I move it.
It has been properly moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item? We know that this item was held May 20th committee meeting to come back today. And Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas asked if they could do make some amendments. Let's hear from Councilwoman Dr. Cooper, Dr. Easter Thomas first.
Thank you, Chair. Exactly. The council part is what's important today. So I did have a chance before the holiday to go visit Corning, and it doesn't look like the picture that was presented. It's pretty far back, and it has a lot of shrubbery and greening around, so it'll probably be well hidden, which is what I was hitting at. So I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And if we can, since I did ask to hold it, if the chair would allow same 9 minutes, that'd be fine too.
Okay. We won't do another presentation since she's seen it. Did you have anything that you want to add?
Madam Chair, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. I just wanted to add that it's not on the main agenda right now, so it would be an add-on if we could do that.
Okay. Can we add it?
Yep.
Can we
Same
add a
9
chair?
minutes.
Would that be okay? Oh, I can add it. Oh, no, never mind. I'm the chair. I don't know why I'm asking you. Okay, so we'll add that. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of same 9 minutes and adding that to the agenda today, in favor, say aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2. Thank you. Item number 2 is SUP 2024-040. It is a commercial parking lot at 60 North 2nd Street, District 7, Super District 8. DPD, there was a recommended rejection, and the Land Use Control Board recommended approval. Can I get a motion and a second for this item?
Second.
All right, this has been properly moved by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilwoman Walker. Who from the administration is to speak on this item? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Alexis Longstreet with the DPD, 125 North Main Street, Suite 468. I will be doing a presentation on special use permit 2024-040, located at 60 North 2nd Street. This is a special use permit to allow a commercial parking lot. The property is located in the Core City neighborhood. Sorry, we have a little lag here. Okay, there we are. About 75 notices were mailed out October 22nd. There were 2 letters of opposition received from some historic advocates. The property has a land use designation of vacant. It is surrounded by other office and some commercial land use designations with a central business district. Zoning. Hold on a second. There we go. Here are a few of the site photos. This lot is currently vacant and it resides between 2 pre-existing structures. There's a lag in the presentation. The initial proposed concept plan, there are 90 parking spaces being proposed, with one 20-foot curb cut located 132 feet south of North 2nd Street. This is the revised parking layout here that you'll see next on the slide, as it will appear shortly. And as you all can see here, there are some very much needed medians and everything being outlined here on this revised site plan versus on the initial. There's some landscaping being proposed along North 2nd Street here, as you all can tell as well. Although this proposal was deemed inconsistent by the Memphis 3.0 comp plan analysis for the use of the surface parking lot within the central business district, as it contradicts the purpose and use of its land use designation. As mentioned earlier, this property is located downtown adjacent from Court Square. It's currently vacant, and this commercial parking lot will be subscription based. I did not add that earlier. And in addition to the rejection that staff did recommend, LUCB did recommend approval 9-0. They also added the condition to the pre-existing 3 conditions that a sunset be added and voided after December 12th, 2029, which would therefore be a 4-year sunset condition from the date of LUCB approval. And that concludes my presentation.
We would like to hear from the applicants.
Madam Chair, members of the council.
Yes. And give us your name and address, even though everyone knows who you are. Please give us your name and
I'm
address.
retired Judge Bernice Donald, and I'm here this afternoon for Birch, Porter, and Johnson at 130 North Court Avenue at the intersection of 2nd and Court. The applicant is Mr. Adam Ehrman, seated here with me. I know that you all are under time constraints this afternoon, so I'm going to be very brief because I hope that if there are questions between the two of us, we can answer them. We are here this afternoon asking, in your independent judgment, that you concur in the recommendation of the Land Use Committee. Birch, Porter, and Johnson is an historic law firm in this community. They've been in that location at 130 North Court for 120 years. They've grown, as you might imagine. They started off in the historic Tennessee Club, then they got the Good Bar building, and then they had a 3rd building built on in order to contain the growth of that firm and remain in that location because it is iconic. At our building, we have 30 parking spaces, meaning that most of our administrative staff and some lawyers cannot park in the vicinity of the building, and so they need to find other places around there to park. For those who have to work late, sometimes that provides some security concerns. This parking structure would provide about 90 parking spaces, and Birch, Porter, and Johnson intends to lease about a half of those on an ongoing long-term basis. I know that the issue about surface parking is a concern, but we have taken a lot of factors into account, and we have talked to the neighbors in that area. This parking lot is not going to be one of those that you just drive up and you have just cars parked and showing. We intend to have landscaping and a combination brick and wrought down structure that gives it a defined space and really supports the aesthetic amenities of the downtown growth, because we, as a long-term tenant of downtown, one who is doing everything we can to try and support the growth and development and the sustainability of that area, want to support those plans. We have talked to, and I just want to say this afternoon, we have the support for this project from, of course, Birch, Porter, and Johnson, but also Stone and Higgs, another law firm at the corner of 2nd and I believe that's Court, yes. Okay, Niles Grosvenor of the Grosvenor Building at 44 North Court. That's where Beverly Robertson and her husband were for a long time, and I think still are. Ghulam Umarov of the Exchange Building, and you know he's doing some renovations there. At James Royal, the general manager of the car park, the Jefferson Plaza Building, and the new Aloft Hotel. Yes, so all of these people want additional parking because we draw people downtown. You all know, whether you go to the truck vendors there or not, the food trucks, when they have activities in that park, there are just people trying to pile in to find parking space. And there have been times when our parking lot just adjacent to the building or in back of the building has been blocked because of people having traffic trying to get there. We believe that these additional parking spaces will support some of that need and also bring additional revenues into the area. Am I too loud?
We are convinced. We are convinced. You have done your research, huh?
Okay, but Mr. Ehrman is here if you have questions. Either one of us are happy to answer
No question.
them.
Those in favor of?
Move and support.
All right. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right.
Judge.
Is the opinion shared? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Judge,
see why you are the judge.
Judge, you just have to remember, though, it is at the corner of 2nd and Mike Cody.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
We changed that.
That's so new. And just 2 blocks east of Judge Bernice B. Donald Street.
That's right. That's right.
We thank you for your support, and we thank you for your leadership and service to this community.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Item number 3 is SUP 2025-010. It is a used vehicle sales in the CMU-3 district located at 5536 Summer Avenue, District 1, Super District 9. DPD recommended approval with conditions, and the Land Use Control Board recommended approval as well with conditions. We will now hear from administration. If you'll give us your name and address for record. Let's get a motion in a second. Can it be moved? Moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. It has been seconded by Councilwoman Walker. You may proceed. Give us your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. This is Masano Stadnia with DPD 125 North Main Street, Suite 468. This special use permit is to allow a used vehicle sale. It is located within the K. Williamson subdivision, and also it is zoned as commercial mixed use 3, and it is also located in the Fletcher Creek overlay district. The surrounding land uses are commercial, office spaces, and also vacant lands. The applicant has, these are a few pictures of the subject property. And also, this is the survey and the site plan. The applicant is proposing 35 parking spaces for this vehicle sale property use. And also, they are providing some landscaping in the rear and sides, and also along Summer Avenue. The landscaping is including type B and C, and also along Summer they are proposing plate S10.
What's on the property now?
It's vacant.
It's vacant.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
And also, Memphis 3.0 believes that this use is consistent. And as you also mentioned, DPD and also Land Use Control Board approved this with conditions. Here is the list of the conditions. And it's mostly about landscaping, fencing, and parking spaces. And if the council approves the use, the applicant would need to submit a final plat for review. That concludes my presentation. Would happy to answer any questions.
All right, we would like to hear from the applicant. We would like to know that if we approve this, you will still have a high standard for your business, that you will maintain the property, make sure it's litter-free and it looks attractive. And what are your, what's your plan?
Okay, my name is Yesenia. I'm the applicant with Mr. Avila.
What's your address?
5536 Summer Avenue.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, sure. If you approve the application, we definitely going to be a nice area. And now it's vacant. And before that, it was a vacant land with old antique cars and it looked ugly. Now we are fencing the property, and also we're going to look nice so we can bring more customers and more jobs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Can you go back to the slide where the conditions are? I just need to take a glance at that. I didn't get an opportunity to. So these are the conditions. Yeah. Okay. All parking space should be paying at finals. Okay, so there is a final site plan provided before. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. And I concur and I piggyback off of what Vice Chairwoman said, your presentation, making sure, because we pass a lot of car lots, and we don't do that very often. But however, I think you're in a commercial area, and so just to make sure that it's presentable, and all that brown grass and paper and stuff, just make sure that
make sure it's maintained.
It's maintained.
Yeah, sure.
The maintain in the parking lot. Just make sure everything is maintained. But I'm glad to see that they got to come back with a site visit. A site plan before we move forward. So thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, this concludes our meeting, does it?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, no, we don't. One more. For a UDC amendment, there's an ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code to revise zoning and subdivision regulations pertaining to social service institutions, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, seconded by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, you'll see this ordinance that was slightly updated today. But as the caption reads, is looking at the Unified Development Code, which we share with the county. And the most pertinent thing on here is on the second page at the bottom, next to last recital on the second page, where it's doing two updates as per this ordinance for the city of Memphis. So, and now therefore be it ordained, under this use category, under light industrial, section 2.52 of the UDC, it's hereby amending to specify that detention centers, jails, and prisons shall be permitted in heavy industrial only by approval of special use approval or permit. And then also in the UDC, the section which you see the table below, 2.93H, is removing one word, which is in red, private, for correctional facility private from the table, and just replacing it with correctional facility, which would mean private and public. Which if it is on this for principal uses, then they would also require special use approval or permit from the city council if it's in the city proper. Since this Unified Development Code is not doing a joint with the county, this will only be effective in the city of Memphis. But what it would do is it would allow input from the 13-member body, us colleagues, to be able to give any comment, query, or questions to anything on this table that would come before us. So I think that we like to weigh in on land issues, zoning issues, public issues, and this allows us to do that if anything of this matter comes up pertaining detention centers, jails, or correctional facilities, private or public. And then Mr. Ragsdale is here to answer any particular or logistical questions about this. Is that right? Okay. Because also, since this is an ordinance with the UDC, it would have to go to Land Use Control Board after second ordinance to ensure that they, second reading, to ensure that it lines up. Did I say that correctly?
Brett Ragsdale, DPD. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I think it would be after first reading, I believe.
After first reading?
I believe so. But
okay.
We can check that. But yes, it would go to Land Use Control Board.
That's fine.
Concurrently.
So, Chair, that's it. And I'd like to bring it to discussion so we can talk about it and see what we think.
I do know that
or we can just vote.
There are thoughts of moving the jail. So if they move it, is this making it more complicated for them to be able to relocate somewhere else? I'm asking you.
Brett Ragsdale, DPD. Well, I was really just reviewing this for the content with the UDC and the process. I haven't had a chance to really get deeply into it, so.
Okay.
In my opinion, it doesn't. The same way as we just did the 3 items for the parking lot, cell phone tower, and the other parking lot. It's just we're able to weigh in on it. We're able to weigh in on anything else that would come across any of our 13 districts. So it's right in line with what we do anyway, which is why I didn't think it would pose too much of a hurdle for anything that would be on this table that was to come.
Okay. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized, and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, for bringing this. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. I think it is incredibly important in our current times that we are being thoughtful about the placement of any correctional facility or the movement of any correctional facility, especially by private entities or others in our community. We do not want this to become a place that is, in my opinion, welcome to those who want to terrorize different parts of our community. So I am in full support, and I think this body should be able to weigh in, just as we would weigh in on zoning a used car dealership. The neighborhoods and the representatives should be able to have a say of whether there is a prison facility in their neighborhood. So I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. And I think that I'm going to, I think Councilwoman Green and Vice Chair, you have alluded to the questions and my concern because, you know, with this correctional facility, and we know what's happening over there across the street with Firestone, talking about putting a prison in New Chicago. And so I want to make sure this will allow us here over the city and the community to have a voice instead of trying to put a facility, because that one is highlighted. You said public and private. And so that would allow us to weigh in on this for the Super District 8. Is this what you're saying? This is what this is about?
Correct. Mr. Ragsdale, that's correct, right?
Yes, that's correct. It would have to go through the special use permit process, as you said, just like the used car sales we just had and the cell phone tower. That would be that same process.
Thank you.
Okay, same process. Because I just got a text message, and that's what the one of the citizens, the constituents over there in New Chicago, saying, will this prevent and would they be able to come before our representatives, making sure that no prison facilities or whatever else I see? I mean, okay, all right. We have 3 readings with this, right?
That's correct. The
Is that
ordinance
correct?
would have 3
Okay,
readings. It would
thank
also
you.
go to land control.
I'll hold and then I'll ask off. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, are there any other council members that have input on this? All right, those in favor of accepting this ordinance? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, thank you. That concludes planning. It done? Got something else? I would just add the stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Agenda item number 5, Employee Memorial Committee recommendation. There's a request for there was a recommendation from the Memphis City Employee Memorial Committee, all council districts, sponsored by Chairman Canale. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? It's been moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, seconded by Councilwoman Walker. Chairman Canale, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Colleagues, the Memorial Committee met last week, and we only took up one item with plans to bring back for others that have lost their lives in the line of duty in subsequent meetings. But for Lieutenant Jeffrey Todd Norman, a firefighter who lost his life on July 18th, 2023, along with his family and the fire union and the fire department, we decided on a honorary street name near the station, and the committee accepted that recommendation. So we'll be moving forward with this evening downstairs. With that, it's already been moved.
Yes. All right. All in favor of approving this recommendation and sending it downstairs to full council with a positive recommendation and same night minutes, say aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chairs that the ayes have it. Now, this concludes our meeting. Meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the July 8th, 2025 meeting of the executive session. Ms. Hyman, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Walker.
Present.
And Chairman Canali.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have two items on our agenda today. Item one is a discussion of the fiscal consent agenda, all council districts, requested by myself. I'm going to say that you probably don't want to speak about this, Mayor, so I'll read it. It's in your packets, but item 6 is a resolution to accept additional FY21 grant funds in the amount of $26,839.66 from Shelby County Government through the Tennessee Office of Justice Programs. All council districts. Resolution is sponsored by Police Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item 2, colleagues, a resolution approving a lease for the historic Old Daisy Theater and offices located at 323 and 329 Beale Street, respectively, in Memphis, Tennessee, 38103 to Beale Street Development Corporation, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair, seconded by Cooper Sutton. Mr. Mayor or Chief Gibson? Okay. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Council. Tanera Gibson, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main. I'm here on the city's resolution to approve a lease, 50-year lease for the historic Old Daisy Theater and its adjoining offices to the Beale Street Development Corporation, helmed by Ms. Lucille Catron here to my left. In my view, and I think in the city's view, it's a monumentous occasion and brings to a close a decades-long dispute between an entity who, along with the city 40 years ago, sort of took the reins and went and sought federal funding and re-envisioned Beale Street. The Beale Street that we know now was not the Beale Street that it was back then. And so over the course of the last several decades, there have been a lot of disputes, a lot of litigation, a lot of angst between the city and Beale Street Development Corporation, culminated in litigations that started in 2015. And the crux of the litigation was over Beale Street Development Corporation's interest in the master lease to Beale Street, which was awarded to them in 1982, and whether they conceded their interest in it. Litigation continued until the last couple weeks ago, when we were able to come to a resolution with Ms. Lucille and the Beale Street Development Corporation as part of that agreement contingently. We agreed to seek the approval of the council for a long-term lease for Beale Street Development Corporation on its current building, which is the historical Daisy Theater and its offices. In exchange, the Beale Street Development Corporation has agreed to concede its interest in the master lease on Beale Street as a whole. And so focusing on making the Old Daisy sort of a historic interpretive center and educating our citizenry on sort of the magic of Beale Street and all the history that's happened there. And all, because honestly, before I came to the city, I didn't realize how integral the Catrons had been in bringing us to where we are now. And so I think it's important to memorialize this, and we have some other things in the works with BSDC and with Ms. Catron. And this is step one, seeking this approval.
Thank you, Chief Gibson. Mr. Mayor?
I just want to co-sign everything that Chief said. This is a momentous occasion. I came to meet Miss Lucille back in 2021 when I first became the president of Downtown Memphis Commission. I had an opportunity to sit with her. We've had many discussions. She speaks her heart passionately, and we've had great discussions, and I am really, really excited to be able to bring this to resolution and to move forward in a positive way and ensure that we are preserving the history of Beale Street, on Beale Street, in the Old Daisy, which is an amazing space. And so I'll leave space to allow Ms. Catron to say a word or two as well.
Well, I just want to say this has been a long journey. I was a young woman.
Ms. Catron, we give us your name and address for the record, please. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Lucille Catron, 979 Grand Street. And so I just thank, as I call my mayor and attorney, Tanera, for these years of work. I've been through 5 mayors, including him. You're talking about plus 40 years. And out of all the mayors, we was able to put this to rest. And I'm thankful to you Mayor Paul Young, and I'm thankful to you, Attorney Gibson, because we know our work. We knew about our $23 million that caused the redevelopment of Bill Street. Today's dollars, that's over $200+ million. When you walk on Bill, it's because of our works. And my husband and myself, the Daisy, that was a long journey. So I'm just going to make it short and sweet. Thank you, sir, for listening and understanding and realizing the truth. Thank you so much, and thank you, counsel. And that's it for Lucille. Before I start crying.
Thank you, Ms. Catron. In the queue, we have Dr. Easter Thomas, then followed by Cooper Sutton, followed by Walker.
This sounds great. Okay. My question is to the mayor's administration. What are the CIP plans now for the historic Old Daisy? Are those in the works? Bless you. Are we going to be seeing those next fiscal year? Because even though it is downtown, it's still my district too. So, I'm advocating for everything 7. And I know you, Ms. Catron, have been very fierce advocating for us since we've gotten here. So that's my ex. What can we be looking forward to expecting to coming from the historic Old Days?
Well, we've been working to identify funds to help with the upgrade of the bathrooms, and one of the challenges in the space is that it doesn't have a kitchen. So we're looking at building out a kitchen, and it's all from existing resources. So we're moving some things around to be able to accommodate the ability to execute those things and make those improvements to the property.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. And my sentiments is like Councilwoman Michelin, that is our district. But I wanted to say to you, I met Miss Lucille on the campaign trail.
Yes.
We were running for the same seat. However, she has been an amazing mentor and an encouragement to me this entire time that I've been on this seat. I can't even imagine you fighting since 1973. But when I look at you and I sit here and I think, and I'm going to close with this, I think about David over in Psalms 37, and when he said, I once was young, but now I'm old. But I've never seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. And this journey has been very long for you. But God knows the when, the where, and the how. And I'm excited to sit in this seat and to see you be finally rewarded and all the hard work that you and your husband put forth. So God, continue to bless you and give you even more strength to continue to fight and to keep encouraging me to fight on. Thank you, Miss Lucille. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a quick question and a comment. Ms. Catron, how do you feel? Because I want to cry too.
I feel like I can breathe. My husband, he's been gone 10 years now.
And say his name.
Randall Catron. Mm-hmm. And I look at him, and he just wanted to make sure that we carried this fight on. And now I can truly breathe, knowing that this is over. No more fighting. And I told him, that was my last words to him. You can rest. I got this. Because he was holding on for Bill Street. He didn't want to let go. And I told him, I got this. And so I just feel just overwhelmed, and it does not seem real. So it's going to take a minute, but I get there. I'm just thankful.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. Thank you, Attorney Gibson, and thank you, Mayor Young. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ford Sr.
To the mic. Ms. Gibson,
I was in that history. I'm old. I know a lot about Beale Street.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Until everybody else took over Beale Street. If everybody want to know the history of it.
Yes, sir.
You know, there was a store on Beale Street where all black folks shopped. Harris Department Store. You went in there, and that's where you bought your clothes. You had new days, the old days, and you had all these, it was black. Okay? I mean black. Until you end up saying they came in and turned it a different way. That's why I say I'm old. I'm kind of history. I've been here 3-4 times. Okay? But during those times, and it was all right during that time. Caterings go way, 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 way back. And hey, I got to commend you for keep on fighting, because that's what you've been doing. And I know all of y'all, you know, your husband, you, and all the rest of the caterers. But they are history.
Yes, sir.
The whole family. And I just thank you for bringing all that out, that little history about Beale Street. But yeah, but Harris Department Store bypass shoes, and they says on the thing, do not wear on rainy day because you might not have them on no more. That's the kind of store it was. But for black folks now. Okay? Yeah. You know, you got A-Swap still there. If you couldn't find it, they tell you what, go to A-Swap. You can find anything that you wanted in A-Swap. You can still go today and find it. If you're looking for something, go call A-Swap. I bet they got it. Yeah, they got it. But thank you for all that history. And Miss Catherine, hey, you are a jewel, and you have fought and fought. And hey, and I just love you for that and appreciate everything that you've done. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Anybody else in the queue? All right. All those in favor of sending this forward at the next meeting with a favorable recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Catron.
Thank you. Thank y'all so much. Thank you.
That brings us to our add-on items, colleagues, 21 through 26. 21 is Memphis Animal Services Director Suzanne Hollenbeck, request for same-night minutes. 22 is Community Enhancement Director Melanie Neal, request for same-night minutes. 23, Memphis Parks Director Justice Bolden, request for same-night minutes. 24, resolution to approve a one-time bonus equal to $2,950 for city retirees currently receiving pension payments or eligible to receive pension. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same-night minutes. And that is as amended, correct, Ms. Hammond?
Yes. What did you say?
24 will be as amended
Yes.
in committee.
Yes. Yes, it'll be as amended.
And item 25, resolution approving an honorary street name change on Arkansas Street from West Burdock Avenue to South Parkway West for Lieutenant Jeffrey Todd Norman, District 2, Super District 9.
No, that's wrong. It's District 6.
Sponsored by myself and the Vice Chair and the Memorial Committee. Request for same-night minutes. Item 26, SUP 25-08, 1609 Corning Avenue. Requests for a 150-foot monopole communications tower. District 7, Super District 8, there's a request for same-night minutes. Same-night minute items are 2, 4, 5, 6, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Item 14 will be held until August 5th, 2025, and item 15 will be held until October 21st, 2025. Anyone have anything else to be addressed in executive? Very good. All right, colleagues, we will start the main meeting promptly at 4 o'clock. Thank you for your attention. We are adjourned.